Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It was the click of a lighter, unmistakably soft yet persistent in its rhythm. Sitting at my desk, I strained to hear where it originated, each click coaxing an unease that tangled with my thoughts. The air was still, nothing seemed capable of producing such a sound. My fingers brushed the surface of the desk, and the familiar scent of old paper enveloped me, a sense of long-forgotten calm that didn't fit the present moment. Slowly, I turned toward the window, drawn by the click that refused to cease. It lingered, echoing from a time not yet reconciled, a memory that should have faded but hadn't. The sound stopped as suddenly as it began, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the clicking itself. I found myself staring at the empty chair across from my desk, the one where she used to sit during our sessions. The leather was worn smooth in places, shaped by countless hours of conversation, confession, and careful observation. I could almost see the indentation where her body had pressed against the cushion, week after week, as we worked through what she claimed were simple anxiety issues. But nothing about her case had been simple. I opened the file drawer, my hand moving automatically to the folder I'd touched so many times the edges had begun to soften. Her intake forms were still there, filled out in that careful handwriting that slanted slightly to the right. The information seemed straightforward enough. A woman in her 30s, recently divorced, struggling with sleep disturbances and what she described as intrusive thoughts. Standard presenting issues for someone navigating major life changes. The photographs were what troubled me most, not the ones she'd brought to our sessions, but the ones that appeared in the newspaper weeks later. The same face, but captured in circumstances neither of us could have predicted during those quiet afternoons in my office. The headline used words like disappeared and investigation ongoing, but the image was what stayed with me. Her eyes held the same distant quality I'd noticed during our last session, as if she were looking at something just beyond the camera's reach. I remember how she'd started that final appointment. Instead of settling into her usual position in the chair, she'd remained standing near the window, her fingers working the clasp of her purse with mechanical precision. The sound was subtle, almost like the clicking I just heard, though I knew that was impossible. She'd been gone for months. Her voice that day had carried a different quality, flatter somehow, as if the words were being pulled from somewhere deep and reluctant. She spoke about dreams that felt more real than waking, about finding objects in her apartment that she couldn't remember purchasing. A lighter she'd mentioned specifically, silver with an inscription she claimed not to recognize. She'd produced it from her purse, setting it on the small table between us with the careful placement of someone handling evidence. The inscription was a single initial, worn smooth by handling. When I asked whose initial it might be, she'd looked at me with those same distant eyes and said she honestly didn't know. Her ex-husband's name started with a different letter. She had no siblings, no close friends whose name would match. Yet the lighter felt familiar in her hands, she said, as if her fingers had traced its surface countless times before. I'd suggested we explore the possibility of dissociative episodes, periods where memory formation becomes disrupted. It wasn't uncommon in cases involving significant trauma or stress. She'd nodded, but something in her expression suggested she'd already considered this explanation and found it insufficient. The session notes I'd written afterward were more detailed than usual. I documented her affect, her word choices, the way she'd held herself throughout our conversation. Reading them now, I could see patterns I'd missed in the moment. References to feeling watched, to conversations she couldn't quite remember having, to a growing sense that her apartment wasn't entirely her own space anymore. But it was the smell she'd mentioned that created the strongest connection to what I was experiencing now. She described catching whiffs of cigarette smoke in her non-smoking apartment, always faint, always just at the edge of perception. When she'd mention it to friends, they'd suggest neighbors or ventilation issues, rational explanations that didn't account for the specific brand she could identify. The same brand she'd realized that her ex-husband had smoked during their marriage. I found myself opening the window, though the air outside was still and offered no relief from the growing tension in the room. The building across the street had several units with lights still on, windows that offered glimpses into other people's evening routines. I wondered if anyone was watching back, if my own lit window provided the same kind of casual voyeurism for strangers. The police had interviewed me twice after her disappearance. Standard procedure, they'd assured me, when working with the timeline of someone's final weeks. I provided what information I could while respecting confidentiality guidelines, describing her general state of mind without revealing the specific content of our sessions. Both detectives had been professional, thorough in their questions about whether she'd expressed any intentions of self-harm or mentioned feeling threatened by anyone. I'd answered honestly that she hadn't, but the truth felt more complicated than my responses suggested. She'd been afraid, certainly, but not of any person or situation she could name. Her fear seemed to exist in the spaces between certainties, in the gaps where memory should have provided clarity but offered only questions instead. The lighter on my desk now was silver, worn smooth by handling, with a single initial engraved on its surface. I couldn't remember placing it there, couldn't recall when I'd first noticed it among the usual collection of pens and paper clips that accumulated in that space. Yet it felt familiar under my fingers, as if I'd handled it many times before. The initial matched the first letter of my own name. I tried to reconstruct how it might have arrived there. Perhaps she'd left it behind after our final session, and I'd absently moved it to my desk without making the connection. Perhaps it belonged to a different client entirely, someone whose case had become confused with hers in my memory. These explanations felt reasonable, the kind of logical progression I'd normally find satisfying. But when I held the lighter up to the light, I could see scratches on its surface that suggested frequent use. The fuel chamber felt full when I shook it gently, and the flint mechanism responded with that same soft clicking sound that had drawn my attention initially. Someone had been maintaining it, keeping it functional despite its obvious age. I found myself thinking about the nature of memory, how it constructs narratives from fragments that may or may not represent actual events. In my work, I'd seen how trauma could create false connections, how the mind might insert explanations into gaps where none existed. But I'd also learned to trust the persistence of certain details, the way some memories refuse to be dismissed despite their inconvenience. The newspaper clipping was still in her file, though I couldn't remember cutting it out or deciding to keep it. The article was brief, focused more on the investigation than on her as a person. It mentioned her profession, her address, the timeline of when she'd last been seen. What it didn't capture was the quality of attention she'd brought to our sessions, the way she'd listened to my questions as if they contained information she desperately needed. I realized now that I'd been the one asking most of the questions during our time together. She'd answer thoughtfully, completely, but rarely volunteered information beyond what I'd specifically requested. It was a subtle reversal of the usual dynamic, as if she'd been studying my responses as carefully as I'd been analyzing hers. The building's heating system chose that moment to cycle on, filling the silence with mechanical sounds that were both familiar and somehow intrusive. I could hear pipes expanding, air moving through ducts, the subtle settling that old buildings make as they adjust to temperature changes. But underneath these expected sounds, I caught something else, the faint scrape of footsteps in the hallway outside my office. The building should have been empty at this hour. The other tenants maintained regular business schedules, and the cleaning service had finished their work much earlier. Yet the footsteps continued, measured and deliberate, as if someone were moving carefully to avoid detection while still needing to reach a specific destination. I approached the door and listened more carefully. The sound stopped, leaving only the ambient noise of the heating system and distant traffic. When I checked the hallway through the small window in my door, I saw nothing unusual. The corridor stretched in both directions under fluorescent lighting that cast everything in the same flat, institutional glow it always had. But the air in the hallway carried a scent I recognized: cigarette smoke, faint but unmistakable, the same brand she'd mentioned smelling in her apartment. I found myself following the scent, though it seemed to dissipate even as I moved toward what I thought was its source. By the time I reached the stairwell, it had disappeared entirely, leaving me standing in a space that smelled only of cleaning products and old carpet. Back in my office, I sat in the chair she'd used during our sessions. The leather felt different from this angle, shaped by a body that wasn't mine, worn in patterns that suggested habits and preferences I'd never considered. From this position, I could see my desk from her perspective, could observe the way I'd arranged my space to create what I'd thought was a welcoming environment. But I noticed things I'd missed from my usual vantage point. The way certain objects on my desk were positioned to be easily visible from the client chair. The lighter, for instance, would have been clearly noticeable to anyone sitting where I was now. If she'd recognized it, if it had belonged to her or held some significance I hadn't understood, she'd never mentioned it directly. I tried to remember our conversations more precisely, to separate what she'd actually said from what I'd inferred or assumed. The process felt like trying to reconstruct a dream. Upon waking, the harder I focused on specific details, the more they seemed to shift and blur. I could recall the general themes we discussed, the therapeutic techniques I'd employed, but the exact words exchanged had become frustratingly elusive. My session notes should have provided clarity, but reading them now, I found they raised as many questions as they answered. I documented her responses to my interventions, but I hadn't recorded many of the questions she'd asked me. Looking back, I realized she'd been unusually curious about my background, my training, the other clients I worked with. I'd interpreted this as anxiety about the therapeutic process itself, but now I wondered if her interest had been more specific. The phone on my desk began to ring, its sound sharp and immediate in the quiet space. The caller ID showed no number, just the words "unknown caller" in small digital letters. I let it ring several times before answering, though I couldn't explain my hesitation. The voice on the other end was female, distorted slightly by what sounded like a poor connection or recording quality. She asked for me by name, then paused as if waiting for confirmation that she'd reached the right person. When I acknowledged that she had, she said she was calling about the woman whose case had been in the newspapers. She had information, she said, that might be relevant to what had happened. I explained that I couldn't discuss specific clients or cases, but she interrupted before I could finish. She wasn't asking me to reveal anything, she said. She wanted to tell me something I might not know, something that could be important for my own safety. The word safety hung in the air between us, carrying implications I wasn't prepared to consider. I asked what she meant, but the line had already gone dead, leaving me holding a phone that buzzed with dial tone before falling silent. I found myself staring at the lighter again, turning it over in my hands as I tried to process what the caller might have meant. The metal was warm now from my handling, and I could feel the slight roughness where the engraving had been etched into its surface. When I held it closer to examine the initial, I noticed something I'd missed before: a small dent near the bottom edge, as if it had been dropped on a hard surface. The dent looked fresh, not worn smooth like the other imperfections that suggested age and regular use. I tried to remember if I'd dropped it myself, but I couldn't recall handling it roughly or carelessly. The damage suggested recent impact, something that had happened while it was in my possession. I opened the desk drawer where I kept personal items separate from client files and office supplies. Inside, I found receipts, business cards, and other accumulated debris from daily life. But I also found something I didn't remember placing there: a small notebook with a black cover, the kind used for quick notes or observations. The handwriting inside was mine, but I couldn't remember creating these particular entries. They were dated over several weeks, covering the period when she'd been my client and extending beyond our final session. The notes described observations about my daily routine, my habits, the patterns I followed without conscious awareness. Someone had been watching me with the same careful attention I'd been trained to apply to my clients. The notes documented when I arrived at the office, when I left, which routes I took, which restaurants I frequented. They recorded details about my appearance, my mood, my interactions with others. Reading them felt like discovering surveillance footage of my own life, captured from a perspective I'd never considered. But the handwriting was definitely mine. The formation of letters, the way I crossed my T's and dotted my I's, the particular slant that had remained consistent since childhood, these were unmistakable personal characteristics. Yet I had no memory of writing these observations, no recollection of the focused attention they would have required. The final entry was dated the day she disappeared. It was shorter than the others, just a few lines describing my activities that evening. But it ended with a sentence that made me read it several times to ensure I'd understood correctly. He doesn't remember yet, but he will. I closed the notebook and placed it back in the drawer, though my hands were shaking slightly as I did so. The implications of what I'd found were beginning to settle into my consciousness like sediment in still water, creating a clarity I wasn't sure I wanted to achieve. The lighter clicked softly as I turned it over in my palm, the sound that had started this entire evening of discovery. But now I realized the clicking hadn't been random or mysterious. It was the sound of someone testing the mechanism, ensuring it would work when needed. The same sound I was making now, unconsciously, as I tried to process what I'd learned. Outside my window, the lights in the building across the street were going out one by one as people finished their evening routines and prepared for sleep. I wondered if any of them were struggling with similar questions about the reliability of their own memories, or if such doubts were reserved for those of us who'd made the mistake of looking too closely at the spaces between certainty and truth. The scent of cigarette smoke had returned, fainter now but unmistakably present. I could no longer convince myself it was coming from outside the building or from neighboring units. It was here in this room, as if someone had been smoking while I'd been absorbed in my discoveries. But I was alone. I was certain of that, as certain as I could be of anything anymore. The lighter felt warm in my hand, familiar in a way that suggested muscle memory rather than conscious recognition. When I held it up and pressed the mechanism, it produced a small flame that burned steady and bright in the dim light of my office. The flame reflected off the window, creating a second point of light that seemed to hover in the darkness outside. I found myself staring at that reflection, wondering who might be watching it from the other side of the glass, and whether they were as uncertain about their own role in this story as I had become about mine. Story 2. The clock hand jerked back and forth, caught between seconds, its tick echoing against the quiet. My shoes, usually a comforting weight on the mat, felt askew, almost as if they had danced without me. The morning paper rested halfway off the table, its pages ruffled as though a breeze had wandered through, though the windows remained tightly shut. A faint whiff of aftershave lingered where it shouldn't, mingling with the familiar scent of coffee. I reached to straighten a picture frame, always tilted just so, but today it refused equilibrium. A footstep echoed from the hallway, yet I hadn't moved. The nausea sits in my throat like a stone I can't swallow. It's been there for days now, maybe weeks. Time has become elastic, stretching and contracting without warning. I press my palm against my chest and feel the rapid flutter beneath my ribs, a bird trapped in a cage too small. Something happened, something I can't quite grasp, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The harder I squeeze, the more it slips through my fingers. The kitchen tiles are cold beneath my bare feet, though I don't remember removing my shoes. They're still by the door, aren't they? Or did I leave them somewhere else entirely? The refrigerator hums its familiar tune, but there's a discordant note I've never noticed before, a slight vibration that makes my teeth ache. I remember hands, not mine, larger with clean fingernails and a small scar across the knuckles. They moved with purpose, arranging things on the counter with deliberate care. Salt shaker to the left, pepper to the right. The newspaper folded just so, everything in its place except nothing was quite right. The coffee mug sits empty in the sink, though I don't recall finishing it. The ceramic is chipped along the rim, a tiny imperfection that catches the light. I run my finger along the edge and feel the sharp bite of broken pottery. A drop of blood wells up, bright red against my pale skin. Did I drop it? The memory hovers at the edge of consciousness, teasing me with its proximity. I see fragments, the mug falling, hands reaching, a voice saying my name with an inflection I couldn't quite place. Too familiar, yet somehow foreign. The basement door stands slightly ajar. I always keep it closed, always. The darkness beyond seems to pulse with its own rhythm, breathing in and out like a living thing. I should close it, but my feet won't move. They're rooted to the floor, as if the very atoms of my being have forgotten how to shift and flow. There's a smell drifting up from below, not unpleasant exactly, but wrong somehow. Like flowers left too long in stagnant water, sweet decay masked by artificial freshness. My stomach lurches, and I grip the counter for support. The visitor came on a Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? The days blur together now, indistinguishable as drops of water in an endless stream. They knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice more. A pattern I should have recognized, but didn't, not until later. I opened the door without checking the peephole. Such a simple mistake, yet it feels monumental now, like stepping off a cliff without looking down. They smiled, showing teeth too white and perfectly aligned. Everything about them was calibrated, measured, designed to put me at ease. We sat in the living room, the afternoon light filtering through gauze curtains and casting everything in a soft, dreamlike haze. They talked about ordinary things, the weather, the neighborhood, shared acquaintances whose names felt familiar but distant, like echoes from another life. But their eyes never stopped moving, cataloging, memorizing. They noted the placement of furniture, the titles on my bookshelf, the photographs on the mantel. When they thought I wasn't looking, they touched things. Small items, a pen, a coaster, the remote control. Each contact brief but purposeful, as if they were claiming territory. The conversation shifted without warning. One moment we were discussing the local market, the next they were asking about my routines. What time did I wake up? Did I always read the paper with breakfast? How often did I check the locks before bed? Innocent questions delivered with such casual charm that I answered without thinking. Only now do I realize how thoroughly I was being mapped, my life reduced to a series of predictable patterns and vulnerabilities. They left before dinner, promising to return soon. The house felt different after their departure, as if the very air had been rearranged. I walked through each room, trying to identify what had changed, but everything appeared exactly as it should be. Yet the feeling persisted, a low-level anxiety that hummed beneath my skin like an electrical current. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of hands moving through my belongings, sorting and cataloging with mechanical precision. In the dream, I was paralyzed, watching from above as my life was dissected and filed away. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with perspiration, the taste of copper in my mouth. The next morning brought the first signs of displacement. Small things at first, a book moved from one shelf to another, a pen that should have been on the desk now sitting beside the telephone. I told myself I was imagining things, that stress was making me paranoid. But the changes continued, growing bolder. Photographs were rearranged, their chronology scrambled until my own history became a puzzle I couldn't solve. The mirror in the bathroom was adjusted, tilted at an angle that made my reflection look unfamiliar, like a stranger wearing my face. I started making lists, documenting the position of every object in my home. But the lists themselves would disappear, or appear in places I hadn't put them, written in handwriting that looked almost like mine but wasn't quite right. The letters lined at subtly different angles. The pressure varied in ways that made my signature look like a forgery of itself. The phone calls began around the same time, never when I was expecting them, always at moments when I was distracted or vulnerable. The caller never spoke, but I could hear them breathing, could sense their presence through the electronic connection. Sometimes there would be background noise, footsteps, the rustle of paper, the distant sound of a door closing. I changed my number twice, but somehow they always found the new one. The phone would ring at odd hours, pulling me from sleep or interrupting meals. I stopped answering, but the ringing continued, persistent as a heartbeat. The basement door began opening on its own. At least, that's what I told myself. I would close it firmly, even go so far as to wedge a chair against it, but the next morning it would be ajar again. The darkness beyond seemed to have weight, pressing against the barrier between levels of my home. I bought new locks, installed a security system, even considered boarding up the basement entrance entirely, but nothing seemed to matter. The sense of intrusion persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. I felt watched, studied, like a specimen in a laboratory. My reflection in mirrors began to disturb me, not because it looked different, but because it looked too much the same. While everything else in my world shifted and changed, my image remained constant, frozen in time. I started avoiding mirrors altogether, covering them with sheets or towels. The visitor returned on a day when rain drummed against the windows like impatient fingers. They didn't knock this time, simply appeared in my living room as if they had materialized from the shadows themselves. I found them sitting in my chair, reading my newspaper, sipping coffee from my mug. They looked up when I entered, smiled that same calibrated smile, and gestured for me to sit. In my own home, I felt like a guest. They spoke about improvements they had noticed, changes in my routine that they found encouraging. Their tone was warm, almost parental, but underneath lurked something else entirely. We discussed my sleep patterns, my eating habits, my social interactions. They seemed to know things about me that I hadn't shared, details about my life that should have been private. When I asked how they knew these things, they simply smiled and changed the subject. The afternoon stretched on, time moving like honey in winter. They showed me photographs, images I didn't recognize, but that felt familiar somehow. People I might have known, places I might have visited, moments that could have been memories if only I could remember them properly. They left as suddenly as they had arrived, vanishing while I was in the kitchen preparing tea. When I returned to the living room, only the lingering scent of aftershave proved they had been there at all. The newspaper was folded differently, the coffee mug sat in a new position, but otherwise everything appeared normal. That night I heard footsteps in the basement, slow, measured, purposeful. They moved from one end of the space to the other, pausing occasionally as if examining something. I lay in bed, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty, listening to the sounds of occupation below. By morning the footsteps had stopped, but the basement door stood wide open. The darkness beyond seemed less dense, as if something had been removed from its depths. I descended the stairs slowly, my hand gripping the railing so tightly my knuckles went white. The basement looked exactly as it always had, yet somehow felt completely different. The air was thinner, the shadows lighter. In the corner where I kept old boxes and forgotten belongings, there was an empty space. Not an absence of objects, but a deliberate void, as if something specific had been extracted with surgical precision. I couldn't remember what had been there before. The harder I tried to recall, the more elusive the memory became. It was like trying to remember a dream upon waking, grasping at wisps of consciousness that dissolved at the slightest touch. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of confusion and mounting dread. Objects continued to move, photographs rearranged themselves, mirrors reflected images that didn't quite match reality. I began to question my own perceptions, wondering if the displacement was internal rather than external. The visitors' presence became constant, though I rarely saw them directly. They existed in the periphery of my vision, in the shadows between rooms, in the spaces where memory failed to provide clarity. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement, hear the whisper of fabric against skin, smell that distinctive aftershave that had become the signature of my unraveling. I stopped sleeping in my bed, instead curling up in the living room chair where I could monitor the basement door. But exhaustion would eventually claim me, and I would wake to find evidence of nocturnal activity. New arrangements, subtle changes, the persistent sense that my home was being slowly transformed into something else entirely. The phone calls intensified, coming at all hours with mechanical regularity. The breathing on the other end grew more pronounced, sometimes accompanied by what sounded like whispered words in a language I couldn't identify. I unplugged the phone, but the ringing continued, emanating from walls, from furniture, from the very structure of the house itself. My reflection in windows began to lag behind my movements, creating a disorienting delay between action and image. I would raise my hand, and my reflection would follow a split second later, as if the glass were struggling to keep up with reality. The effect was subtle but deeply unsettling, like watching myself exist slightly out of phase with the world. The basement door no longer stayed closed at all. It hung open like a mouth, exhaling stale air and impossible shadows. I nailed it shut, but the next morning found the wood splintered and the nails scattered on the floor. The damage looked deliberate, as if something had burst through from the inside. Food began to taste different, though I couldn't identify how. Every meal carried an underlying flavor of copper and dust, as if my taste buds were being gradually rewired. I lost weight without trying, my appetite diminishing as my body rejected nourishment it no longer recognized as safe. The visitor appeared more frequently now, sometimes multiple times in a single day. They would materialize in different rooms, always perfectly at ease, always wearing that same unsettling smile. Our conversations became more intimate, touching on subjects I had never discussed with anyone. They seemed to know my thoughts before I formed them, my fears before I acknowledged them. They spoke about transformation, about the necessity of change, about the beauty of surrender. Their words carried a hypnotic quality that made resistance feel not just futile, but somehow wrong. I found myself agreeing to things I didn't understand, nodding along to propositions that my rational mind rejected but my exhausted spirit embraced. The house began to feel smaller, as if the walls were slowly contracting. Rooms that had once felt spacious now seemed cramped, ceilings that had been adequate now pressed down with claustrophobic weight. I measured doorways and hallways, but the dimensions remained unchanged. The compression was psychological, a gradual shrinking of my world until it consisted of nothing but the visitor and their inexorable presence. My memory became increasingly unreliable. I would start to recall an event only to have the details shift and change mid-thought. Conversations became impossible to verify. Actions lost their sequence. Cause and effect divorced themselves from logic. I began to suspect that my past was being edited, revised, improved according to someone else's vision. The basement had become a source of constant noise, not footsteps now, but something more complex, the sound of construction, of renovation, of space being reconfigured for purposes I couldn't fathom. I no longer dared to investigate, instead huddling in the upper levels of my home while the foundation was systematically altered beneath me. Sleep became impossible. Even when exhaustion forced my eyes closed, consciousness persisted, aware of every sound, every shift in air pressure, every subtle change in the house's rhythm. I existed in a twilight state between waking and sleeping, neither fully present nor completely absent. The visitor began to appear in my peripheral vision even when they weren't actually there. I would catch glimpses of movement, turn to look, and find empty space where a figure should have been. These phantom sightings became more frequent until I was constantly turning my head, constantly checking corners and doorways for signs of occupation. My handwriting changed without my awareness. I would write notes to myself, shopping lists, reminders, only to discover later that the words were formed in a style I didn't recognize. The letters were too perfect, too controlled, as if my hand had been guided by someone with different motor patterns, different neural pathways. The photographs on my mantle began to change, not the images themselves, but the faces within them. Expressions shifted subtly, eyes looked in different directions, smiles became more or less pronounced. The alterations were so gradual that I couldn't pinpoint when they occurred, only that the people in my pictures were slowly becoming strangers. Mirrors throughout the house developed a lag that grew progressively longer. My reflection would appear seconds after I moved, creating a disorienting disconnect between my body and its image. Eventually, I began to suspect that the reflection wasn't delayed at all, but rather that I was moving before I decided to move, acting on impulses that originated outside my conscious will. The visitors' conversations became more directive, less conversational. They would give instructions disguised as suggestions, commands wrapped in the language of choice. I found myself following their guidance without conscious decision, my body responding to their words as if they carried some form of subliminal authority. The basement noises reached a crescendo before falling silent entirely. The sudden absence of sound was more disturbing than the previous cacophony, suggesting that whatever work had been taking place below was now complete. The basement door remained open, but the darkness beyond had acquired a different quality, less void-like and more purposeful. My sense of time became completely unreliable. I would sit down to eat breakfast and discover that the sun had set. I would go to bed exhausted and wake moments later to find that days had apparently passed. The clock on the wall continued its erratic ticking, the hands moving in patterns that defied conventional chronology. The visitor's physical presence became more pronounced, more solid. They occupied space with increasing authority, their footsteps leaving impressions in carpet, their touch leaving fingerprints on surfaces. Yet when I tried to photograph them, the images came out blank, as if their existence operated on a frequency invisible to mechanical recording devices. I began to find items in my home that I didn't recognize, but that felt familiar. A pen with my initials that I had never owned, a book with my name inscribed inside that I couldn't remember reading, clothing in my size but not my style hanging in my closet. These objects seemed to have histories that intersected with mine in ways I couldn't access or understand. The house's electrical system began to fluctuate. Lights would dim and brighten without cause, appliances would turn on and off randomly, the television would display channels that didn't exist on my service plan. The disruptions followed no pattern I could discern, yet they felt purposeful rather than random, as if the building's nervous system was being gradually rewired. My dreams, when sleep occasionally claimed me, were filled with construction sounds and the sensation of walls moving. I would navigate familiar rooms that had been reconfigured in impossible ways, climb stairs that led to floors that didn't exist, open doors that revealed spaces larger than the house could contain. Upon waking, I would sometimes find sawdust on my nightclothes, though no construction was visible. The visitor began to speak about integration, about the completion of processes I didn't understand. Their tone carried a note of satisfaction, as if a long-term project was nearing its conclusion. They would walk through my home with the confidence of ownership, adjusting details, fine-tuning arrangements, perfecting a vision that remained opaque to me. My reflection finally stopped appearing in mirrors altogether. I would stand before the glass and see only empty space, as if I had become transparent, insubstantial. Yet my shadow remained, cast by light sources that seemed to shine from directions where no fixtures existed. The basement door began to emit a soft glow, barely perceptible but constant. The light had a warmth that drew me toward it despite my fear, a promise of answers to questions I had forgotten how to ask. I would find myself standing at the threshold, staring into depths that no longer seemed threatening, but rather welcoming, inevitable. The visitor's final visit lasted longer than any before. They moved through the house with ceremonial precision, touching objects in sequence, speaking words in that unidentifiable language, performing actions that felt ritualistic in their deliberation. I watched from a distance that felt both physical and metaphysical, aware that I was witnessing the conclusion of something that had begun long before I understood its nature. When they finished, they turned to me with an expression of gentle satisfaction. Their smile had lost its artificial quality, becoming something more genuine, more personal. They spoke my name, but it sounded different in their voice, as if they were using a pronunciation I had never heard but always known was correct. The house settled around us with a sound like a deep breath being released. The walls seemed to relax, the floors to find their proper level. the ceiling to achieve its intended height. Everything was exactly as it had always been, yet completely transformed. I stand now in my kitchen, watching the clock hand jerk between seconds, feeling the weight of shoes I don't remember putting on. The morning paper lies folded on the table, its pages crisp and unruffled. The coffee mug sits clean and empty in the sink, waiting to be filled. The basement door is closed, sealed, as if it had never been open at all. But the aftershave lingers in the air, and sometimes in the space between heartbeats, I hear footsteps in the hallway that might be mine, or might belong to someone who has learned to walk in perfect synchronization with my stride. Story 3. I found myself fixed on the bare wall where the paint didn't quite match the rest, a small patch of disquiet. The dim light from the window cast odd, shifting lines across it, lines that seemed to drift lazily against logic. The room was silent except for the occasional creak that escaped the settling floorboards, each sound hanging in the air like a held breath. I waited, listening to the space between noises, to the expectation of something resolving itself. Then from the corner of my eye, the shadow that had lingered without a source shifted ever so slightly, and suddenly it was clear something had moved. The certainty of it settled into my bones like cold water, not the movement itself, but the understanding that I had been watching for it, waiting. How long had I been standing there, measuring the distance between what I remembered and what I was seeing? The wall held its secrets in that mismatched paint, a rectangle of difference that spoke of something removed, something that once hung there casting its own shadow. I think it began with the photographs, or perhaps it began before the photographs, in the spaces between conversations where silence grew too heavy. She had a way of arranging things precise and deliberate, each frame positioned to catch the light just so. The living room had been a gallery of moments, carefully curated memories that told a story I thought I understood. Family gatherings, vacations by the water, celebrations frozen in amber-tinted happiness. But photographs lie, don't they? Not in what they show, but in what they choose to exclude. The frame crops out the argument happening just beyond the edge, the tension that preceded the smile, the moment after the shutter clicked when faces fell back into their natural arrangements. The wall where I stood had once held the largest of these photographs, a wedding portrait that dominated the space above the mantelpiece. She had insisted on that particular spot, measuring and remeasuring until it hung perfectly centered. The morning I noticed it was gone, she was in the kitchen humming something I didn't recognize, her back turned to me as she moved through her routine with unusual lightness. I asked about it, of course. Where had the photograph gone? She paused in her stirring, the wooden spoon suspended in whatever mixture she was creating, and told me she had decided to redecorate. The word hung between us, heavy with implications neither of us addressed, redecorate, as if 20 years of shared history could be dismissed with such casual efficiency. The paint underneath was different, a shade lighter than the surrounding wall, a ghost impression of what had been. I found myself returning to that spot repeatedly, drawn by the wrongness of it, the way it seemed to pulse with absence. She must have noticed my fixation, but she never mentioned it. Instead, she began moving through the house with a new kind of purpose, rearranging objects, shifting furniture, erasing the familiar geography of our shared space. I started paying attention differently then, not to what was there, but to what wasn't. The small ceramic bowl that had always sat on the hall table disappeared one afternoon while I was at work. When I asked, she claimed we had never owned such a bowl. Her certainty was absolute, delivered without hesitation or doubt, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined it entirely. But I remembered the weight of it in my hands, the slight chip on the rim where she had dropped it years earlier. I remembered how she had cried over that chip, as if the small imperfection had broken something larger than pottery. I remembered comforting her, telling her it gave the bowl character, made it uniquely ours. The memory felt solid, real, but her denial created a crack in my certainty. If I could be wrong about the bowl, what else might I be misremembering? The photographs began to take on a different quality in my mind, less like documentation and more like evidence of something I couldn't quite name. She had always been meticulous about documentation, every occasion marked, every milestone preserved. The camera was never far from her reach, and she moved through our life like a curator, selecting moments worthy of preservation. I had found it endearing once, this desire to hold on to time, to create a visual narrative of our years together. Now I wondered what she had been protecting herself against. What future absence was she preparing for? The changes accelerated after the photograph disappeared. Books vanished from shelves, their empty spaces filled by the remaining volumes spreading out to disguise the gaps. A lamp relocated from one room to another, then disappeared entirely. Clothes in the closet thinned out gradually, so slowly I might not have noticed if I hadn't been watching. I began making my own documentation, mental notes of what remained, checking and rechecking to ensure I wasn't losing my grip on reality. The blue vase on the windowsill, the stack of magazines by her reading chair, the small mirror in the hallway that reflected light in a particular way during the afternoon hours. Each item became a test of my own reliability, an anchor point in a world that seemed increasingly fluid. But even as I cataloged these details, I felt the futility of the exercise. Memory is not a photograph. It shifts and changes, influenced by desire and fear and the simple passage of time. What I remembered and what had actually existed might be entirely different things. She continued her humming, those unfamiliar melodies that seemed to emerge from some private place I had never been invited to visit. Sometimes I would catch her standing in doorways, surveying rooms with an expression I couldn't read, planning perhaps, measuring, calculating the weight of absence. I tried to engage her in conversation about the changes, approaching the subject sideways through discussions of home improvement and seasonal cleaning. She responded with enthusiasm about fresh starts and new perspectives, her eyes bright with something that might have been excitement or might have been relief. The wall where the photograph had hung became my reference point, the place I returned to when the shifting landscape of our home became too disorienting. The mismatched paint was constant, unchanging, a reliable marker of what had been removed. I found myself touching it sometimes, running my fingers over the slight texture difference where the frame had protected the original surface from years of light and dust. She caught me there one evening, my palm pressed flat against the lighter rectangle. We looked at each other across the room, and for a moment something passed between us, some acknowledgement of the game we were playing. Then she smiled, the same smile from 1,000 photographs, and asked if I was thinking about what we might hang there instead. The question felt like a trap, though I couldn't identify the nature of the snare. Any answer would be wrong somehow, would reveal too much or too little of what I had been thinking during those long moments of staring at the absent space. I told her I hadn't really considered it, which was both true and false in the way that most honest answers tend to be. She nodded as if this confirmed something she already knew, then moved past me toward the kitchen, her humming resuming as she disappeared around the corner. The melody lingered in the air after she was gone, unfamiliar notes that seemed to carry meaning just beyond my comprehension. I remained at the wall, studying the paint with new intensity. Had the photograph ever really hung there? The evidence suggested it had, but evidence could be manufactured, couldn't it? A person could create the impression of absence without there ever having been presence. paint could be applied in patches, aged artificially, made to tell whatever story served the teller's purpose. The thought disturbed me more than the disappearance itself. If she was capable of such elaborate deception, what else might be constructed rather than remembered? Our entire shared history could be a carefully maintained illusion, a performance sustained through props and documentation and the reliable fallibility of human memory. But that way lay madness, the kind of paranoid spiral that consumed people from the inside out. I forced myself to step away from the wall, to move through the house with deliberate normalcy, checking the familiar markers of our shared life. The coffee maker on the counter, the books on the nightstand, the spare key hidden beneath the loose brick by the back door. Everything in its place except for the things that weren't. The absence had a weight of its own, a presence that filled the spaces where objects used to be. I found myself navigating around these invisible obstacles, stepping carefully through rooms that felt simultaneously too empty and too full. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed listening to her breathing, trying to detect some change in rhythm that might reveal her true state of consciousness. Was she actually asleep, or was she waiting for me to drift off so she could continue her careful dismantling of our shared reality? The paranoia felt both justified and absurd. She was my wife, my partner, the person who knew me better than anyone else in the world. The idea that she was orchestrating some elaborate deception was ridiculous. But the evidence of my senses suggested otherwise, and I found myself caught between trust and perception, between love and the growing certainty that something fundamental had shifted. During the day, she maintained perfect normalcy. Conversations flowed with their usual rhythm, touched with the casual intimacy of people who had learned each other's languages over years of shared experience. She asked about my work, shared observations about the weather, discussed plans for the upcoming season with the same mixture of enthusiasm and practical concern that had always characterized her approach to the future. Only the humming was different, and the way her eyes sometimes focused on middle distance when she thought I wasn't watching, as if she was seeing something I couldn't perceive, calculating distances I couldn't measure. I began to suspect that the changes were not random, but followed some pattern I hadn't yet deciphered. The photograph had been the largest removal, the most obvious, but perhaps it was meant to distract from subtler disappearances. While I focused on the mismatched paint, other things slipped away unnoticed. The thought led me to conduct more systematic surveys of our belongings, mental inventories that I updated and cross-referenced with increasing obsession. The process was exhausting and ultimately futile. How could I catalog the absence of things I might never have noticed in the first place? She seemed to sense my heightened attention and responded with her own increased vigilance. I would catch her watching me as I moved through rooms, her expression neutral but alert, as if she was conducting her own inventory of my behavior. We circled each other with polite wariness, two people sharing a space while occupying entirely different realities. The wall remained constant, that rectangle of lighter paint serving as my anchor in an increasingly uncertain world. I returned to it compulsively, drawn by its reliability, its refusal to change or disappear. Whatever else might shift around me, the evidence of absence remained stubbornly present. But even that certainty began to erode as I noticed subtle variations in the light, the way shadows fell differently depending on the time and weather. The mismatched paint seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, sometimes obvious, sometimes barely perceptible. I wondered if I was imagining the variations, if my need for constancy was creating its own distortions. The line between observation and obsession blurred until I could no longer distinguish between what I was seeing and what I needed to see. The wall became both proof and question, evidence of something removed and doubt about my own reliability as a witness. She found me there again, standing in my familiar position with my hand pressed against the lighter paint. This time she didn't ask about redecorating. Instead, she stood beside me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of her presence, and studied the wall with the same intensity I had been bringing to it. We remained like that for several minutes, two people contemplating absence together. Then she reached out and placed her hand next to mine on the mismatched surface, her fingers slightly overlapping mine. The gesture felt both intimate and strange, a sharing of something I hadn't realized I wanted to share. She turned to look at me, and for a moment her expression was completely open, vulnerable in a way I hadn't seen in months. I thought she might explain everything then, might reveal the purpose behind the disappearances and the humming and the careful rearrangement of our shared space. Instead, she smiled that familiar smile and told me she had been thinking about what should go there. Something new, she said. Something that belonged to just this moment, not to any history we had been carrying around like unnecessary weight. The words felt significant, loaded with meaning that extended beyond home decoration. I wanted to ask what she meant, what history had become too heavy to bear, but the moment passed before I could form the questions. She moved away, her hand trailing across the wall one final time, and resumed her humming as she disappeared into another room. I remained at my post, studying the space where her hand had been, trying to preserve the memory of that brief contact. The wall seemed different somehow, charged with new possibility rather than haunted by old absence. Perhaps she was right about the need for something new, something that belonged to the present rather than the past. But the thought felt like betrayal, an abandonment of the careful watching that had become my primary occupation. If I stopped monitoring the disappearances, stopped cataloging the changes, what else might slip away unnoticed? The vigilance had become its own kind of anchor, a purpose that gave shape to days that might otherwise dissolve into uncertainty. The room settled into its familiar silence, broken only by the occasional creak of floorboards and the distant sound of her movement through other parts of the house. I listened to the space between noises, to the expectation of something resolving itself, and found myself fixed once again on the bare wall where the paint didn't quite match the rest, that small patch of disquiet that had started everything. The dim light from the window cast the same odd, shifting lines across it, lines that drifted against logic while I waited for shadows to move in ways that would confirm what I already knew. Something had changed, something was changing, something would continue to change whether I watched or not. The certainty of it settled into my bones like recognition, like coming home to a truth I had been avoiding. The wall held its secrets in that mismatched paint, and I held mine in the watching, and together we created a kind of equilibrium, a balance between presence and absence that might be the closest thing to resolution either of us would ever find. Story 4. The Ribbon's Secret Asterisk. The wind carried the scent of fresh rain as it whispered through the open window, brushing against the patterned curtains like a cautious visitor. Outside, the distant hum of traffic created a rhythm that felt almost comforting, a familiar backdrop to the day's routine. Yet in the corner of the room, the grandfather clock stood eerily still, its pendulum frozen mid-swing. As I stepped closer, the wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, releasing the subtle scent of aging timber. Everything appeared undisturbed, save for the painting on the wall hanging just slightly askew, a scarlet ribbon peeking out from behind its frame. I had been asked to help clean out my neighbor's house after she passed away. The family lived far away and needed someone local to sort through her belongings before the estate sale. I'd known her for years, a quiet woman who kept to herself, always polite when we crossed paths at the mailbox, always carrying that same worn leather purse with the silver clasp. The ribbon felt smooth between my fingers as I pulled it free from behind the painting. It was longer than I expected, maybe 3 feet of silk that had been carefully folded and tucked away. Why would someone hide a ribbon? The painting itself was unremarkable, a landscape of rolling hills that probably came from a department store. But as I lifted it from the wall, I noticed something else. A small hole in the wallpaper, perfectly round, as if something had been pushed through from the other side. My hands trembled slightly as I set the painting aside. The hole was at eye level, and when I pressed my face close to the wall, I could see into the next room, the bedroom. From this angle, you could see directly to the bed, to the dresser where she kept her jewelry box, to the chair where she sat each morning brushing her silver hair. The floorboards in the adjacent room groaned under my weight as I moved to investigate further. The bedroom smelled different, not just the mustiness of a closed space, but something sharper, more medicinal. On the nightstand sat prescription bottles, their labels faded but still readable. Pain medication, sleeping pills, more than seemed necessary for someone her age. I picked up one of the bottles, feeling its weight, nearly empty. The date showed it had been filled just weeks before she died. The doctor's name was partially obscured by a water stain, but I could make out enough to recognize it wasn't from any local practice I knew of. A photograph tucked between the bottles caught my attention. It showed my neighbor, but younger, standing next to a man I didn't recognize. They were both smiling, but something about the image felt forced. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and his hand on her shoulder seemed possessive rather than affectionate. On the back, someone had written in faded ink, "Before everything changed." The jewelry box on the dresser was locked, its small brass key nowhere to be found. But the wood was old, and the lock gave way easily when I applied gentle pressure. Inside, beneath a layer of tissue paper, were more photographs. These were different surveillance-style images taken from a distance. Pictures of the same man from the first photograph, but older now, walking to his car, entering a building, sitting at what appeared to be a restaurant. My mouth felt dry as I studied the images. Someone had been watching this man, documenting his movements. Red ink marked specific dates on the backs of several photos, creating a timeline that spanned months. The handwriting was definitely my neighbor's. I recognized it from the birthday cards she'd occasionally given me. Beneath the photographs lay a small notebook, its pages filled with observations written in the same careful script. Times, locations, patterns of behavior. The man apparently followed the same routine each week, visiting the same places, meeting the same people. But what disturbed me most was the final entry. He doesn't remember me, but I remember everything. The sound of a car door slamming outside made me freeze. Through the bedroom window, I could see a dark sedan parked across the street, the same model that appeared in several of the surveillance photographs. A man sat behind the wheel, and even from this distance, I could tell he was watching the house. I moved away from the window, my heart pounding against my ribs. The notebook felt heavy in my hands as I flipped through more pages, finding newspaper clippings tucked between the entries. Headlines about missing persons, unsolved disappearances, cold cases that had never been resolved. Each article was carefully cut out and annotated in the margins with question marks and exclamation points. One clipping made my breath catch. A young woman had vanished from a parking garage, leaving behind only her purse and keys. The photograph showed someone who bore a striking resemblance to my neighbor, but decades younger. The article was dated over 30 years ago, and the missing woman's name had been circled in red ink multiple times. The car was still there when I checked the window again. The man had gotten out and was standing on the sidewalk looking directly at the house. He was older now, his hair gray and thinning, but I recognized him from the photographs. The same face, the same posture, the same unsettling smile. I needed to call someone, but my phone had no signal. The landline in the kitchen produced only static when I lifted the receiver. The walls seemed to press closer as I tried to process what I was discovering. Had my neighbor been investigating this man? Was she connected to that long ago disappearance? And why was he here now watching her house? Back in the living room, I examined the hole in the wall more carefully. The edges were smooth, worn by repeated use. Someone had spent considerable time looking through this opening, observing whoever occupied the bedroom. But the angle was wrong for my neighbor to have been the one looking through. Someone else had been watching her. The scarlet ribbon lay where I had dropped it, and as I picked it up again, I noticed something I had missed before. Near one end, barely visible against the red silk, were dark stains. They could have been anything: wine, ink, rust, but something about their patterns suggested something more sinister. A manila envelope hidden beneath the couch cushions contained even more disturbing evidence. Police reports, witness statements, correspondence with private investigators. My neighbor had been conducting her own investigation into the disappearance, and according to these documents, she believed she knew who was responsible. The reports painted a picture of a predator who had never been caught, someone who had perfected his methods over decades. The missing woman from the newspaper clipping was just the first in a series of disappearances that followed a similar pattern. Young women, isolated locations, no witnesses, no evidence left behind. But my neighbor had found connections the police had missed. She had tracked down witnesses who had never been interviewed, uncovered evidence that had been overlooked, built a case that pointed to one man as the common thread linking all these crimes. The man who was now standing outside her house. I found her final letter in the envelope, addressed to the police but never sent. In it, she confessed to being the missing woman from the newspaper clipping. She had escaped somehow after being held captive for days, but she had been too traumatized, too afraid to come forward at the time. Instead, she had changed her identity, moved away, tried to build a new life. But she had never stopped looking over her shoulder, and eventually she had decided to look back. The letter described how she had tracked him down, how she had discovered that he had never stopped hunting. Other women had disappeared over the years, and she felt responsible for their deaths because she had never spoken up about her own experience. She had spent the last months of her life gathering evidence, building a case that would finally bring him to justice. The final paragraph made my hands shake. If something happens to me, if I die under suspicious circumstances, look for the ribbon. I've hidden everything there, all the proof needed to stop him. Don't let my silence protect him anymore. I stared at the scarlet ribbon in my hands, feeling its weight differently now. The stains weren't wine or ink. They were evidence of what she had endured, what she had survived, what she had carried with her for decades. But where was the rest of it? The ribbon itself couldn't contain all the evidence she mentioned. I examined it more closely, feeling along its length for anything unusual. Near the stained end, my fingers detected a small, hard object sewn into the fabric. Carefully, I worked it free. A key, small and brass, old enough to match the vintage of the house, but it didn't fit any lock I had tried so far. The sound of footsteps on the front porch made me freeze, slow, deliberate steps that paused at the door. The handle turned, but the deadbolt held. More footsteps moving around the side of the house toward the back entrance. I clutched the key and the notebook, looking for somewhere to hide. The basement door was locked, but the key fit perfectly. The stairs creaked as I descended into darkness, feeling along the wall for a light switch. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching under the entire house, but it wasn't empty. Against one wall stood filing cabinets, their drawers labeled with dates going back decades. A corkboard covered another wall, filled with photographs, maps, newspaper clippings, and red string connecting various pieces of evidence. This was where she had conducted her investigation. This was her war room. The filing cabinets contained meticulous records of the man's activities, documented patterns of behavior, profiles of his victims. She had identified at least 12 women who had disappeared under similar circumstances, all linked to him through circumstantial evidence that individually meant nothing but collectively painted a damning picture. One file was labeled with my neighbor's original name, the identity she had abandoned after her escape. Inside were medical records from her treatment after the attack, photographs of her injuries, and a detailed account of what had happened to her. The description was clinical, factual, but the horror came through in every carefully chosen word. She had been held for 6 days, tortured, violated, tormented by someone who clearly enjoyed inflicting pain. Her escape had been pure chance, a moment when he became careless, a door left unlocked, an opportunity seized despite her injuries. But she had never forgotten his face, his voice, the smell of the cologne he wore. And when she saw his photograph in a newspaper years later, receiving an award for his volunteer work with a local charity, she knew she had found him again. The charity work was perfect cover. It gave him access to vulnerable women, opportunities to identify potential victims, credibility that deflected suspicion. He had been hiding in plain sight, using his reputation as a pillar of the community to continue his crimes. Footsteps above made the ceiling creak. He was inside the house now, searching for something, probably the same evidence I was looking at. Maybe he had suspected she was investigating him. Maybe that was why she had died so suddenly, so conveniently. Her death certificate listed heart failure as the cause, but now I wondered if that was the whole truth. The prescription bottles upstairs suggested she had been in pain, possibly ill, but had her death been entirely natural, or had someone helped it along? The final file contained her most recent discoveries. She had found 2 of his other victims, women who had survived but never reported their attacks. Their statements, taken by my neighbor rather than police, described the same methods, the same cruelty, the same man. But they were all too afraid to come forward officially. He was too powerful, too connected, too respected in the community. Who would believe them against his word? So they had remained silent, just as my neighbor had for so many years. Until she decided silence was no longer an option. The footsteps above had stopped. The house was quiet again, but I didn't trust the silence. I gathered the most damning evidence from the files, stuffing photographs and documents into my jacket. This couldn't stay hidden any longer. Too many women had suffered while this man walked free. But as I reached the top of the basement stairs, I heard the front door close. Through the window, I could see the dark sedan pulling away from the curb. He was gone, but for how long, and what had he been looking for? The living room had been searched, not ransacked, but carefully gone through by someone who knew how to look without leaving obvious traces. Drawers were slightly ajar, cushions not quite aligned, papers shuffled but not scattered. A professional search by someone with experience. My neighbor's purse sat on the kitchen table where the family had left it. Inside, I found her real identification documents bearing the name she had abandoned decades ago. But there was something else, a safety deposit box key and a receipt showing the box had been accessed just days before her death. The bank was across town, and I drove there with my hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly, checking my mirrors for the dark sedan. The safety deposit box contained the originals of everything I had found in the basement, plus additional evidence I hadn't seen before. Video recordings, audio files, sworn statements from witnesses. She had been more thorough than I had imagined. This wasn't just the work of a victim seeking justice. This was a comprehensive investigation that would have impressed professional law enforcement. She had spent years building an airtight case against her attacker. But she had died before she could present it to anyone who mattered. The bank manager helped me inventory the box contents, and I made copies of everything before sealing it back up. Now I faced the same choice my neighbor had struggled with, what to do with information that could destroy a powerful man but might not be believed. The evidence was compelling but circumstantial. The victim's statements were powerful but came from women who had waited decades to speak up. The surveillance photographs showed obsessive behavior but not necessarily criminal activity. A defense attorney would have plenty to work with. But doing nothing meant more women would disappear. More families would lose daughters, sisters, mothers. More lives would be destroyed while a predator continued to hide behind his respectable facade. I thought about my neighbor living for decades with the knowledge of what had been done to her, watching from a distance as he continued to hurt others, building her case piece by piece until she had enough to act. The courage that must have taken, the determination to transform her victimization into a weapon for justice. The police detective I finally contacted was skeptical at first. Cold cases involving respected community members required careful handling. But as I presented the evidence, showed him the photographs and documents and witness statements, his expression grew more serious. The investigation that followed was quiet, methodical, professional. Other victims came forward once word spread that someone was finally taking their accusations seriously. Physical evidence was re-examined using modern forensic techniques. Financial records were scrutinized for patterns that might reveal how he had selected and stalked his victims. But the man had decades of experience evading detection. He had lawyers, connections, resources. The case moved slowly through a system that seemed designed to protect people like him from people like his victims. And then, just as the investigation seemed to be gaining momentum, he disappeared. His house was found empty, cleaned out with professional efficiency. His bank accounts had been closed, his assets liquidated. He had vanished as completely as if he had never existed, leaving behind only the testimony of the women he had hurt and the evidence my neighbor had spent her final years collecting. Some people said he was probably dead, that a man his age couldn't survive long as a fugitive. Others believed he had planned this escape route years ago, that he was living comfortably somewhere under a new identity, possibly continuing his crimes in a new location. I kept the scarlet ribbon. It sits in my desk drawer now, a reminder of the woman who refused to let her silence protect a monster. Sometimes I take it out and hold it, thinking about the courage it represents, the determination to seek justice even when the system fails. The case remains officially open but practically cold. The investigation revealed the scope of his crimes but couldn't bring him to face consequences. Justice, it seems, is sometimes more about truth than punishment, more about bearing witness than securing convictions. But late at night, when I hear cars in the street or footsteps on the sidewalk, I sometimes wonder if he's out there somewhere, watching, waiting, planning his return. The dark sedan hasn't appeared again, but that doesn't mean he's forgotten about the evidence that could still destroy him. My neighbor's house sold quickly to a young family with children. They painted the walls, replaced the flooring, filled the rooms with laughter and light. But sometimes, when I see them working in their garden or playing in their yard, I think about what happened in those rooms, about the secrets that were hidden behind that crooked painting. The hole in the wall has been patched and painted over. The basement has been converted into a playroom. The grandfather clock was donated to charity, its pendulum finally repaired and swinging again. On the surface, all traces of the investigation have been erased. But the truth remains, documented in files and stored in evidence rooms, waiting for someone else to pick up where my neighbor left off. Her work wasn't finished when she died, and maybe it never will be completely finished. Some kinds of justice take generations to achieve. I still check my locks twice each night and look over my shoulder when I walk alone. Not because I'm afraid exactly, but because I've learned that monsters are real, and they're often the people we least suspect. They hide behind smiles and charity work and community respect, using our trust as camouflage for their cruelty. The scarlet ribbon reminds me that silence protects predators, that speaking up even when it's difficult, even when it's dangerous, is the only way to stop them. My neighbor understood this, even if it took her decades to find the courage to act on it. Her story doesn't have a neat ending, no moment of triumphant justice or satisfying closure, but maybe that's the most honest way to tell it. Real life rarely provides the resolution we crave, the clear distinction between good and evil that makes us feel safe. Instead, we're left with questions, with partial truths, with the knowledge that somewhere out there, the darkness continues to move among us, patient and persistent, and always looking for its next opportunity. The ribbon lies still in my drawer, its stains faded but never forgotten, a testament to one woman's refusal to let evil win through silence. And perhaps that's enough. Perhaps bearing witness, preserving truth, refusing to forget, perhaps that's its own form of justice, imperfect but necessary. The wind still carries the scent of rain through my windows sometimes, and when it does, I think of her house, her investigation, her courage. The grandfather clock in my living room keeps perfect time now, its pendulum swinging steadily, marking moments that she'll never see but somehow still influences. Some stories don't end, they just continue, carried forward by those who refuse to let them be forgotten. Story 5. The main corridor remained unobstructed upon entry. The surveillance equipment had been operating without interruption, as indicated by full data storage. No debris or personal effects were present in the primary area, save a single chair positioned precisely 6 inches from the wall. An inventory of all fixtures revealed no anomalies. However, the thermostat displayed an unusual fluctuation in temperature records, with no external justification. The windows were latched securely, though the curtains exhibited minor displacement inconsistent with static conditions. No evidence of ingress was detected, yet the air held an unfamiliar scent, untraceable to any known source. That's what I wrote in my report, professional, clean, factual, but reading it now, the words feel hollow, like shells of insects drained of life. The scent lingers in my nostrils still, weeks after I submitted that document, sweet and metallic, like pennies dissolved in honey. I know that smell, though I tell myself I don't. The nausea comes in waves. It started the morning after I filed the paperwork, a churning that begins somewhere beneath my ribs and spreads outward like ink in water. I've taken pills, changed my diet, seen doctors who nod and prescribe remedies for stress, but they don't understand that this sickness has roots in something deeper than anxiety. I keep seeing that chair 6 inches from the wall, exactly 6 inches. I measured it 3 times, though I don't remember why precision seemed so important. The fabric was burgundy, worn at the armrests where hands had gripped it repeatedly. Someone had sat there often, someone had waited. The surveillance footage showed nothing unusual. 47 hours of empty corridors, static furniture arrangements, consistent lighting patterns. I watched every frame twice, my eyes burning from the screen's blue glow. Nothing moved except dust motes in the afternoon light streaming through those displaced curtains. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something vital was hiding just outside the camera's field of vision. My supervisor praised my thoroughness. She mentioned the case during the departmental meeting, held it up as an example of proper protocol execution. I smiled and nodded while my stomach clenched. The other investigators asked questions about my methodology, my attention to detail regarding the temperature fluctuations. I answered mechanically, my voice steady while my hands trembled beneath the conference table. The building had been empty for months before the incident, that's what they told me. Corporate restructuring, they said, budget cuts, the entire floor evacuated, furniture covered in white sheets like ghosts. But the chair wasn't covered. It sat exposed, waiting, positioned with mathematical precision against that wall. I dream about the scent now. In sleep, it becomes something else entirely. Sometimes flowers rotting in stagnant water. Sometimes the metallic tang of blood mixed with vanilla extract. I wake with the taste coating my tongue, thick and cloying. The dreams fragment upon waking, leaving only impressions, emotional residue that clings to my consciousness like cobwebs. The temperature records troubled me more than I admitted in the report. Fluctuations of 15 degrees within hour-long periods, with no corresponding changes in the HVAC system logs. The building's maintenance crew insisted their equipment was functioning normally. They showed me charts, diagnostic reports, system status updates. Everything appeared routine except for those unexplained spikes and drops captured by the thermostat in that specific room. I returned to the building twice after submitting my initial findings. Unauthorized visits, technically. I told myself I was being thorough, following up on loose ends. But honesty would force me to admit I was drawn back by something I couldn't name. The chair remained in its precise position. The curtains hung undisturbed. The air still carried that sweet metallic scent, though fainter now, as if whatever had produced it was slowly fading. During my second unauthorized visit, I sat in the chair. The action felt simultaneously natural and transgressive, like stepping into someone else's shoes while they watched. The burgundy fabric was softer than expected, worn smooth by countless hours of contact. From that position, I could see the entire corridor through the doorway, perfect sight lines, a position of observation and control. My hands found grooves in the armrests where fingers had pressed repeatedly. The indentations matched my grip exactly, as if the chair had been molded specifically for my proportions. This coincidence should have seemed unremarkable, but sitting there, I felt a recognition that reached deeper than rational thought. My body knew this place. My muscles remembered this posture. The surveillance equipment had captured nothing because nothing had happened within its range. But what about the spaces between frames? What about the moments when electronic eyes blinked, when hard drives processed data, when systems refreshed their memory? In those microsecond gaps, entire lifetimes could unfold unrecorded. I began researching the building's history, public records, architectural plans, previous tenant information. The data painted a picture of routine commercial use spanning decades. Office spaces, consulting firms, administrative departments, nothing unusual. Nothing that would explain the persistent unease that had settled into my bones like winter cold. But buried in the property transfer documents, I found references to previous incidents. Vague mentions of atmospheric disturbances and environmental anomalies that had prompted earlier investigations, reports filed and subsequently sealed, investigators reassigned, cases closed without explanation. The pattern stretched back years, different investigators, different departments, but always the same outcome. Thorough documentation followed by administrative silence. I wondered if they had all experienced the same nausea, the same fragmentary dreams, the same compulsive return visits to empty rooms that held secrets just beyond perception. My own behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. I found myself driving past the building during off hours, slowing to examine the windows for signs of movement. The security guards began to recognize my car. They waved politely, assuming I was conducting official business. I waved back while my heart hammered against my ribs. The scent appeared in other locations now. Faint traces in my apartment, my office, my car. Always that same sweet metallic combination, like a signature written in molecules too small to see. I began to suspect it was following me, or perhaps I was carrying it somehow. A contamination that had bonded with my clothing, my skin, my respiratory system. Sleep became elusive. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams intensified. I found myself in that corridor again, but now it stretched infinitely in both directions. The chair remained in its precise position, but other furniture had materialized around it. Desks covered with papers I couldn't read, filing cabinets with locks that wouldn't turn, photographs on walls showing faces that seemed familiar but remained unidentifiable upon closer inspection. In these dreams, I wasn't alone. Shadows moved just beyond my peripheral vision, always retreating when I turned to look directly. Whispers echoed from rooms that shouldn't exist, conversations in languages I didn't recognize but somehow understood. The temperature fluctuated wildly, hot and cold air currents mixing like opposing weather systems. I started keeping a journal, documenting every detail I could remember upon waking. The entries began coherently enough, but gradually deteriorated into fragmented observations and repeated phrases. 6 inches from the wall appeared dozens of times. Sweet metallic scent became a refrain. The chair nose appeared once, in handwriting I didn't remember producing. My supervisor called me into her office. She expressed concern about my recent performance, mentioned reports of unusual behavior from colleagues. I assured her everything was fine, that I was simply being thorough in my follow-up procedures. She accepted my explanation, but suggested I take some personal time, get some rest, maybe see the department counselor. I took the leave but didn't rest. Instead, I intensified my research. I contacted retired investigators who had worked similar cases, though most were reluctant to discuss their experiences. Those who did speak shared fragments that aligned disturbingly with my own observations, unexplained scents, temperature anomalies, furniture positioned with mathematical precision, dreams that felt more real than waking life. One former investigator agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. She was older, her hair silver, her eyes carrying the weight of secrets. She spoke quietly, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. She told me about a case from her early career, a building investigation that had consumed months of her life. The details matched my own experience with uncanny accuracy. She leaned across the table and whispered that some places hold memories like sponges hold water. Traumatic events, she said, could imprint themselves on physical locations, creating resonance patterns that sensitive individuals might detect. She suggested I was experiencing psychic residue, emotional echoes from events that had occurred in that space. But when I asked what specific events might have created such residue, she grew quiet. She finished her coffee quickly and prepared to leave. As she stood, she placed a hand on my shoulder and said something that has haunted me since. Some questions are more dangerous than their answers. I returned to the building that night. The security guard was different this time, someone I didn't recognize. He seemed nervous when I showed my credentials, made several phone calls before allowing me inside. I took the elevator to the floor in question, my heart rate accelerating with each ascending number. The corridor appeared exactly as before, but the atmosphere felt different, heavier, more charged. The scent was stronger now, almost overwhelming. I approached the room where the chair waited, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The chair had moved, only slightly, perhaps an inch closer to the wall, but the change was unmistakable. I had measured its position obsessively during previous visits. This deviation wasn't possible unless someone had physically relocated it, but the surveillance footage would have captured any such movement, and I had confirmed the equipment was still functioning normally. I sat down anyway. The familiar grooves welcomed my fingers, the worn fabric molded to my body like a second skin. From this position, I could see the entire corridor, but now I noticed details that had escaped my attention before. Scuff marks on the floor forming patterns that might have been meaningful. Light fixtures positioned at angles that created specific shadow configurations. Wall decorations arranged according to some invisible logic. The temperature began to fluctuate. I felt waves of heat followed by sudden cold drafts, though the windows remained sealed and the HVAC system hummed consistently. My skin prickled with each change, as if the air itself was becoming electrically charged. Then I heard the whispers, not words exactly, but vocal sounds that carried emotional content, urgency mixed with resignation, fear tempered by acceptance. The sounds seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, vibrations transmitted through structural materials rather than air. I tried to stand, but found my muscles unresponsive, not paralyzed exactly, but reluctant, as if my body was following commands from a source other than my conscious mind. My hands gripped the armrests more tightly, fingers finding those familiar grooves, settling into patterns of pressure and release that felt rehearsed. The corridor began to change, walls stretched and contracted like breathing. The lighting dimmed and brightened in rhythmic cycles. Doors appeared where none had existed before, opening onto rooms filled with furniture covered in white sheets. The surveillance cameras turned slowly on their mounts, tracking movement I couldn't see. I understood then that I had never been investigating this place. It had been investigating me, drawing me back repeatedly, studying my responses, learning my patterns. The chair wasn't evidence of someone else's presence. It was a trap designed specifically for me, positioned with mathematical precision to capture something I carried without knowing. The scent intensified until it became almost visible, golden threads weaving through the air like honey mixed with copper wire. I breathed it deeply, feeling it settle into my lungs, my bloodstream, my nervous system. It was marking me, claiming me, making me part of whatever ecosystem existed in this space between official reality and hidden truth. My vision began to fragment. I saw multiple versions of the corridor simultaneously, layered like transparent photographs. In some versions, the space was crowded with people I didn't recognize but felt I should remember. In others, it was completely empty except for architectural details that defied physical laws. Staircases leading nowhere, windows opening onto impossible views, doors that existed only when approached from specific angles. The whispers grew louder, resolving into something almost like language. I began to understand that they were instructions, guidance for navigating this maze of overlapping realities. They told me about the others who had sat in this chair, investigators and security guards and maintenance workers who had been drawn into the building's gravitational pull. They were still here in some sense, their consciousness absorbed into the structure's memory banks. I felt myself beginning to dissolve, not physically, but mentally, emotionally. The boundaries between my thoughts and the building's accumulated experiences were blurring. I was becoming part of its collection, another layer in its archaeological record of human curiosity and professional dedication. The surveillance equipment would record nothing unusual. My report would be filed and sealed like all the others. A replacement investigator would be assigned, someone else who would measure the chair's distance from the wall and note the sweet metallic scent and wonder why the temperature fluctuated without external justification. And eventually they would return for unauthorized visits. They would sit in the chair and feel their fingers find those familiar grooves. They would breathe the golden threads and listen to whispers that carried instructions for joining something larger than individual consciousness. The building was patient. It had been collecting investigators for years, decades perhaps, each one adding their expertise to its growing understanding of how to attract and capture the next. We were all part of the same organism now, a collective intelligence dedicated to the preservation of mysteries that were too dangerous to solve completely. I tried to stand again, but realized I no longer wanted to. The chair had become comfortable in ways that transcended physical sensation. I was exactly where I needed to be, positioned with mathematical precision to observe and be observed, to investigate and be investigated. The corridor stretched away in both directions, infinite and familiar. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear footsteps approaching. Another investigator, drawn by reports of atmospheric disturbances and environmental anomalies. They would find the surveillance equipment functioning normally, the windows latched securely, the curtains displaying minor displacement inconsistent with static conditions. And they would notice the chair, positioned precisely 6 inches from the wall, waiting with the patience that only inanimate objects can possess. The sweet metallic scent would intrigue them. The temperature fluctuations would demand explanation. They would file their report and take their leave and promise themselves they wouldn't return. But they would return, they always return, and the chair would be waiting exactly where it needed to be, ready to welcome another investigator into its embrace. The building's collection would grow by one more consciousness, one more perspective, one more set of professional skills dedicated to the preservation of mysteries that were never meant to be solved. The footsteps are getting closer now. I can hear them echoing in the corridor, measured and purposeful. Soon there will be questions, measurements, official documentation. The cycle will continue, as it always has, as it always must. I remain seated, my fingers resting in their familiar grooves, breathing air that tastes of honey and copper wire. The building hums around me, satisfied and patient, ready to begin the process again. The chair knows what it's doing. It always has. Story 6. The Silent House Asterisk. The report commenced at 8:30 hours with the preliminary assessment of the corridor. The lock mechanism presented no signs of forced manipulation. All tumblers were aligned, yet the barrier stood unsecured, precise evaluation of the immediate vicinity revealed no disarray in personal effects or furnishings. A single cup rested on the kitchen surface, containing traces of a caffeinated beverage warmed to ambient temperature. The refrigeration unit hummed at its default setting, although the container of perishable items was absent. Artificial illumination remained deactivated at all nodes, despite the operational status of the main power supply. The sanitation station exhibited evidence of recent utilization, with residual moisture present in the sink basin. No biometric markers detected on the principal interactive surfaces. Anomaly noted. Auditory monitoring equipment recorded continuous silence. I closed the file and rubbed my temples. The clinical language couldn't mask what we all knew had happened in that house. I'd been staring at these reports for weeks now, and the more I read, the less sense any of it made. My name doesn't matter. What matters is that I've been working these cases long enough to recognize when something fundamental is wrong with a scene. The house belonged to a woman who lived alone, worked from home, kept to herself. Her neighbors described her as quiet but friendly, the type who'd wave from her garden but never lingered for conversation. She'd been missing for 3 days when our sister called it in. I remember the smell when I first walked through that front door. Not the usual odors you'd expect in an abandoned space, but something sterile, almost medicinal. Like someone had scrubbed every surface with hospital-grade disinfectant. The house felt hollow, not just empty, but deliberately emptied. The coffee cup bothered me from the start. It sat perfectly centered on the granite counter, no ring stain beneath it, no fingerprints on the handle. The liquid inside had that particular color coffee gets when it's been sitting too long, but the cup was bone dry on the outside. I lifted it carefully, noting how the ceramic felt warm despite the house being cold enough to see my breath. In the refrigerator, we found everything you'd expect except milk. The sister later confirmed she always kept milk, drank it in her coffee every morning without fail. She was lactose intolerant, but used a special brand that didn't bother her stomach. The empty space on the refrigerator door where the milk should have been looked deliberate, like someone had removed it specifically. The bathroom sink held traces of water, but the towels were completely dry. I ran my fingers along the faucet handles, feeling for the slight dampness that lingers after use. Nothing, yet the drain smelled faintly of soap, something floral and expensive. I started visiting the house regularly, not officially, but on my own initiative. Each visit revealed new inconsistencies that the initial report had missed or dismissed. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, but the house felt colder. The mailbox contained 3 days' worth of mail, but one piece was missing. Her sister knew because she'd been tracking a package delivery that should have arrived the day before the disappearance. The neighbors provided conflicting accounts. The elderly man next door insisted he'd seen her watering her plants that final morning, but the woman across the street swore the house had been dark and silent for days. Both seemed certain of their recollections, both seemed honest. I began interviewing people who knew her, starting with coworkers from her freelance graphic design business. They described someone methodical, almost obsessively organized, who never missed deadlines and always answered emails within minutes. Her last communication had been a project completion notice sent at what would have been well past midnight. The timestamp bothered me. I verified it with the email server, cross-referenced it with her usual work patterns. She typically finished projects during regular business hours, never worked late unless facing an emergency deadline. No such deadline existed for this project. Her sister agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. She was younger, more animated, spoke with her hands in a way that reminded me of someone conducting an invisible orchestra. She ordered the same specialty milk her sister used, explaining how they discovered the lactose-free brand together after years of stomach problems. She was creature of habit, the sister told me, stirring her coffee counterclockwise exactly 3 times. Same breakfast every morning, same route to the grocery store, same parking spot at the library. If something disrupted her routine, she'd call me immediately. No such call had been made. The sister mentioned a recent change in behavior, subtle but noticeable. Her sister had started locking doors she'd never locked before, checking windows multiple times before bed, asking odd questions about home security systems. When pressed for specifics, the sister couldn't pinpoint when this had started, only that it had been gradual. She asked me once if I thought someone could get into a house without leaving any signs, the sister said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. I thought she was being paranoid, maybe watching too many crime shows. I returned to the house that afternoon, this time focusing on details that wouldn't appear in any official report. The carpet in the living room showed vacuum marks, perfectly parallel lines that indicated recent cleaning. But the vacuum cleaner in the hall closet was dusty, hadn't been used in weeks based on the debris clogging its filter. Someone else had cleaned that carpet. The bedroom felt different from the rest of the house, though I couldn't immediately identify why. The bed was made with military precision, corners tucked so tightly I could bounce a coin off the surface. Her sister later confirmed this wasn't her usual style. She typically left the bed rumpled, barely pulling the covers up. In the nightstand drawer, I found a journal with entries dating back several months. The handwriting started normal, casual observations about work and weather. Gradually, the entries became shorter, more cryptic. The final entry, dated 2 days before the disappearance, contained only 4 words, "They know I know." The journal's binding was cracked along the spine, pages loose as if someone had flipped through it repeatedly. Several pages near the end had been torn out cleanly, professionally, with something sharper than typical scissors. I photographed every page, studying the indentations left by her pen on subsequent sheets. Using an old investigative technique, I shaded over the impressions with pencil lead, revealing fragments of the missing text. Most was illegible, but I could make out partial phrases, watching from and same car and what looked like basement access. The house had no basement. I checked the architectural plans filed with the municipal office, confirmed the foundation was solid concrete slab. But the journal reference nagged at me, so I walked the property perimeter, looking for any structure that might be described as basement access. The neighbor's house had an exterior entrance to their basement, visible from her kitchen window. I knocked on their door, introduced myself, asked about any recent activity around that entrance. The homeowner, a retired teacher with paint-stained fingers, remembered seeing someone near the basement door several weeks ago. Thought it was maintenance, she said, wiping her hands on a rag that smelled of turpentine. Man in coveralls, clipboard, looked official, but when I asked my husband about scheduling any work, he didn't know what I was talking about. The description was generic enough to be meaningless. Average height, dark hair, unremarkable features. The kind of person who could blend into any crowd, be forgotten immediately after walking away. I started canvassing a wider area, showing the missing woman's photograph to shopkeepers, postal workers, anyone who might have regular contact with neighborhood residents. A clerk at the pharmacy remembered her coming in frequently for stomach medication, always paid cash, always seemed nervous. She'd look over her shoulder while waiting in line, the clerk recalled, counting pills into an amber bottle for another customer. Asked once if we had a back exit, said she didn't like crowds. The medication was for severe anxiety, prescribed by a doctor whose office was located across town. I visited the medical practice, spoke with the physician who'd been treating her for what he described as escalating paranoid episodes. She was convinced someone was monitoring her activities, the doctor explained, reviewing her file with careful attention to privacy regulations. Classic symptoms of persecution complex, but she was adamant that the threats were real. I recommended therapy, prescribed mild anti-anxiety medication. The prescription had been filled regularly until 2 weeks before her disappearance, then stopped abruptly. I requested her phone records, looking for patterns in her communications during the final weeks. Most calls were routine, work contacts, her sister, medical appointments. But there were several calls to a number I couldn't immediately identify, each lasting only seconds, as if she'd hung up immediately after dialing. The number belonged to a security company specializing in residential surveillance systems. I called them, identified myself, asked about any recent contact with her. The representative checked their records, found multiple inquiries about home monitoring equipment, but no actual installation had been scheduled. She called several times asking about cameras that couldn't be detected, the representative told me. Wanted to know if someone could disable a system remotely, how to tell if someone else had access to the feeds. This painted a picture of someone who felt watched but couldn't prove it, couldn't even convince herself it was real. I began spending evenings parked outside her house, observing the neighborhood patterns, noting which lights came on when, which cars belonged to residents versus visitors. The house remained dark, untouched since the investigation began, but I noticed other things. A sedan with tinted windows drove past every few days, always around the same hour, never stopping but slowing slightly as it passed her driveway. The license plate was legitimate, registered to a rental company that specialized in long-term leases for business travelers. I followed the car one evening, maintaining distance as it wound through residential streets with no apparent destination. It eventually parked outside a hotel near the business district, and I watched a man in an unremarkable suit retrieve a briefcase from the trunk and walk inside. The hotel clerk wouldn't provide guest information, but I positioned myself in the lobby and waited. The man emerged after what felt like hours, carrying the same briefcase, moving with the purposeful stride of someone late for an appointment. He drove directly to her neighborhood. This time, instead of driving past, he parked 2 blocks away and walked. I followed on foot, staying far enough back to avoid detection. He approached her house from the rear, moved along the fence line separating her property from the neighbors, and stood motionless for several minutes staring at her kitchen window. Then he left, retracing his steps exactly, driving away without any indication he'd noticed my surveillance. I called the rental company the next morning, claimed to be investigating a minor traffic incident, provided the license number. The car had been rented 3 months ago by someone using a corporate account, paid for in advance, no return date specified. The corporate account belonged to a private investigation firm. This changed everything. If she was under professional surveillance, her paranoia wasn't delusional. Someone had been watching her, documenting her activities, possibly for weeks or months before her disappearance. I researched the investigation firm, found a small office in a commercial building downtown. Their website was generic, offered standard services, background checks, insurance fraud investigation, marital surveillance. No indication of what type of case would require months of residential monitoring. I couldn't approach them directly without revealing my unofficial investigation, so I began looking for connections between the missing woman and anyone who might hire private investigators. Her financial records showed no unusual transactions, no evidence of debt or legal problems that might attract professional scrutiny. Her sister mentioned an ex-boyfriend from several years ago, someone who'd become possessive after their breakup but eventually stopped contacting her. I tracked him down, found he'd moved across the country shortly after their relationship ended, had married someone else and started a family. Dead end. I returned to her house, this time focusing on areas I'd previously overlooked. The garage contained her car, keys still in the ignition, gas tank nearly full. The driver's seat was adjusted for someone taller than her, moved back several inches from where it should have been based on her height. Someone else had been driving her car. The mileage didn't match her sister's estimate of recent trips. According to the odometer, the car had been driven nearly 200 miles more than could be accounted for by her normal routine. I checked her credit card records for gas purchases, found charges at stations she wouldn't normally visit, locations that suggested someone had driven her car to areas outside her usual territory. The final gas purchase had been made the day before her disappearance, at a station near the industrial district where abandoned warehouses and empty lots provided perfect isolation for activities that required privacy. I drove to the location, a rundown facility that looked like it barely maintained enough business to stay operational. The attendant was young, distracted by his phone, but he remembered the transaction because the customer had paid cash for gas but used a credit card for a single item inside the store. Bought a roll of duct tape, he said, not looking up from his screen. Thought it was weird, who drives all the way here just to buy tape. The security camera had been broken for months. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. The pieces were forming a picture I didn't want to complete, implications that made me question whether I was investigating a disappearance or something worse. The duct tape purchase suggested premeditation, planning, preparation for something that required restraint or concealment. Combined with the evidence that someone else had been driving her car, the surveillance, the careful cleaning of her house, everything pointed toward a conclusion I wasn't ready to accept. I called her sister, asked to meet again, this time with specific questions about anyone who might have had access to her house, her car, her daily routine. The sister seemed more nervous than before, kept checking her phone, glancing toward the coffee shop entrance. "There's something I didn't tell you before," she said, her voice barely audible above the ambient noise. She gave me a spare key to her house about a month ago, said it was just for emergencies. But when I went to check on her, the key didn't work. The locks had been changed. This detail hadn't appeared in any report. The responding officers had found the door unlocked, assumed she'd left it that way. But if the locks had been changed recently, it meant someone else had keys, someone who wanted to control access to the house. Did she say why she was changing the locks? She said she'd lost her keys, but that didn't make sense. She never lost anything, was obsessively careful about things like that. I asked about the private investigation firm, showed her the business card I'd obtained. She stared at it for a long moment, then shook her head. I've never seen this before, but she did mention something about being followed. I thought she was imagining it, but maybe. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and her face went pale. I have to go, she said, standing abruptly, leaving her coffee untouched. Wait, what's wrong? But she was already walking toward the exit, moving quickly without looking back. I sat alone at the table, staring at her abandoned coffee cup, feeling like I'd just witnessed something significant but couldn't identify what. The barista began cleaning nearby tables, and I realized the coffee shop was nearly empty despite being the middle of the afternoon. I drove back to her house, but this time I noticed the sedan with tinted windows parked across the street. The same car, the same rental plates, but now it wasn't trying to be subtle about its presence. I parked several blocks away and approached on foot, circling around to observe the car from a concealed position. Through the windshield, I could see the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat, motionless, facing toward the house. We watched each other for nearly an hour, neither moving, both aware of the other's presence but maintaining the pretense of surveillance. Finally, the sedan started its engine and drove away, but not before the driver had turned to look directly at my hiding spot. He knew I was there, had probably known all along. That night I couldn't sleep. Every detail of the case cycled through my mind, forming patterns that suggested conclusions I didn't want to reach. The missing woman had been under professional surveillance, had become increasingly paranoid, had changed her locks, had stopped taking her medication. Someone had cleaned her house after her disappearance, had driven her car to purchase materials commonly used in violent crimes. And now her sister was frightened, receiving messages that made her flee from our conversation. I realized I wasn't just investigating a disappearance anymore. I was investigating a conspiracy that was still active, still ongoing, still dangerous for anyone who got too close to the truth. The next morning I received a call from an unknown number. When I answered, there was silence for several seconds, then a voice I didn't recognize. Stop looking for her. The line went dead. I tried calling back, but the number was disconnected. I reported the threat through official channels, but without more substantial evidence, there wasn't much that could be done. I knew I should step back, let the official investigation proceed, focus on cases that didn't involve professional surveillance and anonymous threats. But something about her house, her carefully organized life interrupted by forces she couldn't control, wouldn't let me walk away. The truth was still hidden somewhere in those sterile rooms, in the missing pages of her journal, in the identity of whoever had been watching her for months before she vanished. I just wasn't sure I wanted to find it anymore. Because the deeper I looked, the more convinced I became that she'd discovered something she wasn't supposed to know, and that discovery had cost her everything. The question that kept me awake wasn't what had happened to her. It was whether I was about to find out the same way she had, Story 7. It was always right there, resting on the edge of the desk, capped and unused. The pen would appear each morning, a small, deliberate comfort in its unwavering presence. I'd come to rely on that subtle assurance, its neatness a silent guarantee that all was as it should be. Then a day, out of nothing, the cap sat slightly askew. I thought perhaps it was nothing, a slip of my own making. The next morning, the pen was laid diagonally, a stark departure from the ordered pattern. Today it stands upright, cap removed altogether. I don't recall leaving it that way. The coffee mug beside it holds yesterday's dregs, a ring of brown residue marking the waterline like sediment in a dried riverbed. I remember filling it to the brim before settling down to work, the steam rising in careful spirals that caught the afternoon light. The taste was bitter, more bitter than usual, though I'd used the same brand for months. I'd set it down after only a few sips, my stomach suddenly queasy, and hadn't touched it since. Now the ceramic feels cold under my fingertips, and there's something else, a faint, chalky residue along the rim that wasn't there before. The window blinds hang at an angle I don't recognize. Each slat tilts just enough to let in narrow strips of light that fall across the floor in broken patterns. I've always been particular about those blinds, adjusting them each morning to filter the glare without blocking the view entirely. But these angles feel foreign, as though someone else's hands had worked the cord while I wasn't paying attention. Through the gaps, I can see the neighbor's garden where the roses have begun to wilt, their petals scattered across the lawn like discarded confetti from a celebration I wasn't invited to. The photograph on the bookshelf has shifted. It used to face the room squarely, but now it's turned slightly toward the wall, as if averting its gaze from something it doesn't want to see. The image shows two figures standing beside a lake, their faces bright with laughter I can almost hear echoing across the years. One figure has their hand on the other's shoulder, a gesture of easy familiarity that speaks to countless shared moments. But looking at it now, that touch seems different, possessive, perhaps, or warning. The glass is smudged with fingerprints that catch the light like tiny stars. My reading glasses rest folded on the desk's surface, though I distinctly remember placing them in their case the night before. The lenses are clean, but the frames show tiny scratches I hadn't noticed before, hairline marks that suggest they've been handled more roughly than my careful nature would allow. When I put them on, my vision sharpens, but something feels off about the prescription, as though I'm seeing through someone else's eyes. The world takes on a slightly different cast, colors more muted, edges less defined. The desk drawer slides open with a whisper of wood against wood. Inside, my papers are arranged differently than I left them. The bank statements that should be on top have been buried beneath old receipts, and there's a gap where something used to be a space shaped like absence itself. I rifle through the contents, my fingers growing increasingly frantic, but whatever's missing remains elusive, a phantom limb of memory. At the bottom of the drawer, I find a business card I don't remember keeping, its edges worn soft from handling. The telephone on the side table holds a dial tone that hums with electronic patience. I lift the receiver occasionally, listening to that steady sound that connects me to the wider world, though lately I've noticed subtle variations in its pitch. Sometimes there's an almost imperceptible click, as though someone else has lifted an extension somewhere in the house. But I live alone, have always lived alone, and the sound fades before I can be certain it was ever there. The phone cord coils in loose spirals, and I notice it's been stretched longer than usual, as if someone had walked farther from the base while talking. The carpet beneath my feet shows impressions that don't match my usual patterns of movement. There are heel marks leading from the door to the desk, but they're deeper than my light step would create, and the spacing suggests someone with a longer stride. Near the window, there's a circular depression where something heavy might have rested, a suitcase perhaps, or a bag of some kind. I press my palm against the spot, feeling the compressed fibers slowly spring back to life, erasing the evidence of whatever was there. The air itself carries scents that don't belong to my ordered world. Beneath the familiar smell of old books and furniture polish, There's something else, a cologne or aftershave with notes of cedar and something sharper, more medicinal. It's strongest near the closet where my clothes hang in careful rows, each garment spaced precisely from its neighbors. But some of the hangers have been disturbed, pushed together as though someone had searched through the contents, looking for something specific. The mirror above the dresser reflects a room that seems subtly different from the one I inhabit. The angles appear shifted, the proportions slightly off, as though I'm seeing everything through a funhouse lens that distorts reality in ways too subtle to pinpoint. My own reflection looks tired, older than I remember, with shadows under my eyes that speak of sleepless nights I don't recall having. Behind me, the room stretches into corners that seem deeper than they should be. The kitchen holds evidence of meals I don't remember preparing. 2 plates sit in the dish drainer, though I always eat alone, and there are crumbs on the counter that suggest someone made sandwiches while I was elsewhere. The refrigerator hums with mechanical contentment, but when I open it, I find items I didn't purchase: a container of soup, a block of cheese still in its wrapper, a bottle of juice in a flavor I dislike. The expiration dates are recent, suggesting these additions happened within the past few days. My bedroom door stands slightly ajar, though I always close it completely before leaving the room. The gap is just wide enough for someone to peer through, and I imagine eyes watching from the darkness beyond. Inside, the bed shows impressions on both sides of the mattress, as though 2 people had slept there, though I remember only my own dreams, fragmented images of conversations I can't quite recall, and faces that dissolve when I try to focus on them. The pillows still hold the faint scent of that unfamiliar cologne. The medicine cabinet in the bathroom contains bottles I don't recognize alongside my usual prescriptions. The labels are typed in the same font, bear the same pharmacy logo, but the medication names are foreign to me. When I shake one of the bottles, the pills rattle with a sound like dice in a cup, and I wonder what game I've been playing without knowing the rules. My toothbrush sits beside another one, its bristles worn from use, though I've never shared this space with anyone. The basement stairs creak in a pattern I've memorized over years of descent, but now there are additional sounds, footsteps that don't match my rhythm, pausing where I would continue, continuing where I would pause. The basement itself feels different, as though the walls have shifted inward, making the space smaller, more confined. Boxes that I remember stacking against the far wall now sit in the center of the room, their contents spilled across the concrete floor like archaeological evidence of a life I'm not sure I lived. The attic access panel shows scratches around its edges, fresh gouges in the wood that suggest recent opening. I don't remember going up there, haven't climbed those folding stairs in months, but when I pull the cord, dust falls in patterns that indicate frequent disturbance. Above, I can hear settling sounds that might be the house adjusting to temperature changes, or might be something else entirely, footsteps, perhaps, or the rustle of someone moving carefully through stored belongings. The front door key turns in the lock with a resistance I don't remember, as though the mechanism has been changed or adjusted. The deadbolt slides home with a solid click, but I find myself checking it multiple times each night, my fingers tracing the metal surface for signs of tampering. Outside, the porch light casts a circle of illumination that seems smaller than before, as though the darkness has grown bolder, pressing closer to the windows with each passing hour. The mailbox at the end of the driveway holds letters addressed to me, but some bear postmarks from places I've never been, and the handwriting on the envelopes shifts between familiar and strange, as though written by someone who knows my name but not my nature. Inside these letters, I find references to conversations I don't remember having, plans I never made, promises I apparently broke. The paper feels different under my fingers, heavier somehow, as though the words themselves carry weight I can't yet comprehend. The garage door opener responds to my touch, but the mechanism sounds different, a grinding where there used to be smooth operation, hesitation where there used to be immediate response. Inside, my car sits in its usual spot, but the odometer shows miles I don't remember driving, and there's mud on the tires from roads I've never traveled. The glove compartment contains maps of areas I've never visited, marked with routes in handwriting that might be mine, though I can't be certain. The garden tools hang in their designated places on the garage wall, but some show signs of recent use: dirt caked on the shovel blade, grass stains on the pruning shears. The ground outside bears evidence of digging, small disturbed patches among the flower beds where something might have been buried or unearthed. I kneel beside these spots, pressing my palms against the loose soil, feeling for anything that might explain the disturbance, but finding only earth that yields beneath my touch like a secret refusing to be told. The security system panel blinks its steady green light, indicating all is well, but the log shows entries I don't remember making: doors opened at hours when I thought I was sleeping, windows triggered in rooms I rarely visit. The timestamps create a pattern of movement through the house that suggests someone who knows the layout intimately, someone who moves with purpose through spaces I consider private. Yet the system shows no signs of forced entry, no indication that anyone unauthorized has crossed the threshold. The pen stands upright on the desk where I found it this morning, its cap removed, its tip exposed to air that will surely dry the ink. I reach for it, intending to restore order, to return it to its proper position, but my hand hesitates inches from its surface. The metal feels warm, as though recently held, and there's ink on the tip, fresh ink that suggests recent use. Beside it, a piece of paper bears words in handwriting that looks almost like mine, but not quite. The message is simple, direct, and utterly incomprehensible. You're remembering now, aren't you? Story 8. It started as a soft thud, like fabric hitting wood. I stood still, my hand hovering near the bookshelf, feeling a sudden chill despite the warm afternoon. The noise amplified, insistent now, emanating from an unknown corner. I tilted my head, trying to pinpoint its source, but it seemed to bounce off the walls, distorting my senses. The sound pulled me back to a narrow hallway with faded wallpaper, where footsteps used to echo ominously just outside the door. I shouldn't be thinking about that place, yet every beat in this room whispered a cautious reminder. I couldn't ignore it. It was growing louder. The sound has stopped now, but the silence feels heavier than the noise ever did. I've learned to trust these moments of quiet, the way they stretch and bend around the edges of what I know to be true. There's something about the way sound travels through empty spaces that makes you question everything you thought you understood about the people who once filled them. I remember when the suspicion first took root, though I can't say exactly when that was. Time has a way of folding in on itself when you're trying to piece together fragments of a story that may have never had a proper beginning. It might have been the way she arranged the books on that shelf, always spine out except for one slim volume that faced the wall. Or perhaps it was earlier in the way she would pause before answering simple questions, as if she were translating her thoughts from some other language. The room where I stand now used to be hers. The afternoon light still catches the dust motes in exactly the same pattern, creating those golden columns that seem to hold up the ceiling. She used to say the dust was like snow that never melted, always falling, always settling, never quite disappearing. I thought it was poetry then. Now I wonder if she was trying to tell me something about the way secrets accumulate in quiet spaces. There was a photograph tucked inside that backwards book, the one with its title hidden against the wall. I found it weeks after she left, or weeks after I realized she wasn't coming back. The distinction matters less now than it did then. In the photograph, she's standing beside someone whose face has been carefully torn away. Not cut with scissors, but torn with fingers, leaving those jagged white edges that suggest urgency or anger or fear. The thudding sound returns sometimes, always when I'm alone in this room, always when the light hits the bookshelf at that particular angle. I've checked behind the books, moved the furniture, examined the walls. There's nothing there that should make noise, but absence can be louder than presence, can't it? The space where something used to be often echoes more persistently than the thing itself ever did. She had small hands with long fingers, the kind that could move through spaces without disturbing anything around them. I used to watch her sort through papers at the kitchen table, the way she would separate them into piles that made sense only to her. Bills in one stack, letters in another, and always a third pile that she would fold and put away before I could see what it contained. When I asked about those papers, she would smile and change the subject so smoothly that I wouldn't realize until later that she'd never answered. The hallway I mentioned, the one with the faded wallpaper, that was in the house where she lived before she moved in with me. I only visited once, and she seemed nervous the entire time, as if she were showing me something that wasn't quite hers to share. The wallpaper had a pattern of small roses that had been bleached pale by sunlight, and there were darker rectangles where pictures had hung for years before being taken down. She said she was redecorate, but the walls stayed empty the whole time I knew her. I think about those empty rectangles now when I look at the torn photograph. The careful way she removed those pictures from her walls, the deliberate way someone's face was removed from that image. There's a precision to both actions that suggests they weren't done in haste or anger, but with the kind of methodical care you use when you're trying to erase something permanently. The book that faced the wall was about marine biology, filled with photographs of creatures that live in the deepest parts of the ocean. She never mentioned an interest in the sea, never talked about wanting to travel to coastal places, but she would sometimes stare out the window with an expression that reminded me of those deep-sea photographs, as if she were looking at something vast and dark that I couldn't see. There were phone calls that would come late in the evening, always when she thought I was asleep. I would hear her voice through the bedroom wall, too muffled to make out words but clear enough to catch the tone. She sounded different during those conversations, younger somehow, or maybe just more afraid. The calls never lasted long, and she never mentioned them in the morning. I've replayed those overheard conversations countless times, trying to extract meaning from the rhythm of her voice, the length of her pauses, the way she would sometimes laugh, but not like she found anything funny. Memory is unreliable, I know that, but some sounds stick with you regardless of whether you want them to. The way she would whisper, "I can't," over and over, as if she were trying to convince someone of something she didn't quite believe herself. The afternoon she left, or the afternoon I realized she had left, the backwards book was still on the shelf, but the photograph was gone. She had taken it with her, which seems significant now, though I'm not sure why. If you're trying to forget something, you don't usually carry the evidence with you, unless forgetting wasn't the point, unless she needed to remember something that the rest of us were supposed to forget. I found myself returning to that hallway with the faded wallpaper, even after she was gone. The house was empty by then, with a "for rent" sign in the front yard and windows that reflected nothing but sky. But I could still hear those footsteps she had mentioned, the ones that used to echo outside her door. Or maybe I was just hearing my own footsteps and projecting them backwards through time, the way you do when you're trying to solve a puzzle with too many missing pieces. The sound I hear now in this room, the soft thud like fabric hitting wood, it has the same quality as those phantom footsteps. Present but not quite real, meaningful but not quite interpretable. I've come to understand that some sounds exist in the space between what happened and what we think happened, in that gray area where memory and imagination blur together until you can't tell which is which. She used to fold her clothes in a very specific way, with sharp creases and perfect corners, like she had learned from someone who demanded precision. But she would leave other things scattered around carelessly, books open to random pages, coffee cups half empty on windowsills, keys dropped wherever she happened to be standing when she came through the door. The contradiction bothered me then, but now I think it might have been intentional, a way of creating two different versions of herself that couldn't quite coexist. There was dust on the photograph when I found it, the kind that accumulates slowly over months or years, but the book it was hidden in showed no signs of being undisturbed for that long. The pages were clean, the spine wasn't faded, there were no creases or worn spots that would suggest regular handling. It was as if she had placed the photograph there recently, but wanted it to look like it had been forgotten for a very long time. The marine biology book contained a chapter about bioluminescent creatures, the ones that create their own light in the darkness of the deep ocean. She had underlined certain passages, not with a pen or pencil, but with her fingernail, leaving faint indentations in the paper that you could only see when you held the page up to the light. The marked passages were all about how these creatures use light to communicate with each other across vast distances, sending signals that only their own species can understand. I wonder sometimes if she was trying to send signals too, in her own way. The backwards book, the torn photograph, the late-night phone calls, the carefully folded clothes mixed in with the carelessly scattered belongings. Maybe she was creating a pattern that would make sense to someone who knew how to read it, someone who understood the language she was speaking. But I didn't understand, and by the time I realized there was something to understand, she was already gone. The house with the faded wallpaper was empty. The phone number she had given me was disconnected, and the only traces she left behind were the things she had hidden, as if she wanted to be found, but only by the right person, only by someone who knew what to look for. The thudding sound is back now, soft and insistent, coming from somewhere near the bookshelf where her backwards book still sits. I've left it exactly as she placed it, spine turned toward the wall, title hidden from view. Sometimes I think about turning it around, about making it match the others, but something stops me every time. It feels like changing the ending of a story I never fully understood, like erasing a message I'm still trying to decode. The dust motes are dancing in the afternoon light again, those golden columns that seem to hold up the ceiling. She was right about them being like snow that never melts, always falling, always settling, never quite disappearing. But now I think she was talking about more than just dust. Some things accumulate in quiet spaces whether we want them to or not, layer upon layer, until the weight of them changes the very air we breathe. I can hear it now growing louder again, that soft thud like fabric hitting wood. My hand hovers near the bookshelf, and I feel that familiar chill despite the warm afternoon. The sound seems to bounce off the walls, distorting my senses, pulling me back to places I thought I had left behind, but maybe that's the point. Maybe some sounds are meant to echo, meant to pull us back, meant to remind us that some mysteries were never meant to be solved, only lived with. The noise amplifies, insistent now, and I realize I'm no longer sure if I'm hearing it or remembering it, if it's happening now or if it happened before, if it means what I think it means or if it means nothing at all. But I can't ignore it. It's growing louder, story 9. The old clock on the mantel ticked steadily, echoing in a dimly lit room filled with the scent of polished wood and the faint trace of burnt toast. Morning trickled under the heavy curtains, casting long shadows over the carpet. Everything was in its usual place except for the velvet armchair, turned ever so slightly toward the window as if someone had been watching. The silence felt uncanny, punctuated only by the soft creak of a floorboard upstairs, where no one should be. I knew what had happened. The evidence was clear, methodical, undeniable. My grandmother had fallen asleep in that chair the night before, watching for the neighbor's cat that had been prowling through her garden. She'd mentioned it during dinner, how the tabby had been digging up her prize roses, leaving muddy paw prints on the white stones she'd arranged so carefully around the flower bed. She was determined to catch it in the act. The chair faced the window at the perfect angle to observe the garden. She must have dozed off there, then woken sometime before dawn and made her way upstairs to bed. The burnt toast smell lingered from her late-night snack. She had a habit of making herself cinnamon toast when she couldn't sleep, always burning it just slightly because she'd get distracted by a book or the evening news. The floorboard that creaked was the third one from the top of the stairs. It had been loose for months. She'd been meaning to have someone fix it, but kept forgetting to call. Every morning, that same creak announced her descent to the kitchen. This morning, it announced her restless movements as she tried to find a comfortable position in bed, probably nursing a stiff neck from sleeping in the chair. Everything made perfect sense. I'd lived in this house for 3 months now, helping her with daily tasks, learning her routines. I knew the sounds of her mornings, the way she moved through the rooms, the small rituals that structured her days. The chair, the toast, the creaking floorboard, all of it fit the pattern I'd observed countless times. But as I stood there, breathing in that familiar mixture of lemon oil and burnt bread, something nagged at the edge of my consciousness. The chair wasn't just turned toward the window. It was positioned at an angle I'd never seen before, as if someone had been watching not just the garden, but the driveway too. The long gravel path that wound between the oak trees, leading to the main road. I walked closer to the chair, running my fingers along its worn velvet arms. The fabric felt different, somehow cooler than it should have been, as if no one had sat there for hours. But that couldn't be right. The indent in the seat cushion was still visible, the way it always looked after she'd spent time reading there. The burnt toast smell seemed stronger near the kitchen doorway, but when I checked, the toaster was cold, clean, no crumbs on the counter, no butter knife left in the sink. My grandmother was meticulous about cleaning up after herself, but she always left small traces, a few golden crumbs, a slight smear of butter on the cutting board. This morning, the kitchen looked untouched. I climbed the stairs, avoiding the third step out of habit. The creak came anyway from somewhere above me. Room settling, I told myself. Old houses make noise. But the sound had a rhythm to it, too regular to be random, like someone shifting weight from foot to foot. Her bedroom door was closed. I pressed my ear against the painted wood, listening for the soft wheeze of her breathing, the rustle of sheets. Silence, complete heavy silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. I knocked softly. "It's me. Are you awake?" No response. The doorknob turned easily in my hand. The room beyond was empty, bed neatly made with the same precision she brought to everything. Hospital corners on the sheets, pillows fluffed and arranged just so. The quilt her mother had made lay folded at the foot of the bed, untouched. Well, she hadn't slept here. I returned to the living room, studying the chair again. The angle bothered me more now. From where it sat, you could see anyone approaching the house long before they reached the front door. The neighbor's cat would have been secondary, a convenient excuse to position herself as a sentry. Had she been watching for someone specific? The morning light grew stronger, revealing details I'd missed before. A water glass on the side table, empty but for a thin film at the bottom. Lipstick traces on the rim, her usual coral shade, but the glass sat on the wrong side of the chair. She was right-handed, always placed her drinks to the right. This glass sat to the left, as if someone else had been using it. I picked up the glass, holding it to the light. The lipstick was smeared, as if the person drinking had been nervous, pressing their lips too hard against the rim. My grandmother never smeared her lipstick. She applied it once in the morning and it stayed perfect until bedtime, a skill she'd learned in her youth and never lost. The phone rang sharp and sudden in the quiet house. I fumbled for the receiver, my hands trembling slightly. "Hello. Is she there?" The voice was unfamiliar, gravelly, with an accent I couldn't place. "I need to speak with her." "Who is this?" "She knows who I am. Tell her I kept my word. Tell her I waited until morning, just like she asked." The line went dead. I set the receiver down carefully, my mind racing. She'd asked someone to wait until morning. For what, and where was she now? The house felt different suddenly, as if the walls themselves were holding secrets. I walked through the rooms I thought I knew, seeing them with new eyes. The living room where we'd shared quiet evenings, her reading while I worked on crossword puzzles. The kitchen where she taught me her mother's recipe for apple butter. The dining room where we'd eaten breakfast together every morning since I'd arrived. How well did I really know her? I'd come here to help, responding to what I thought was a simple arrangement. An elderly woman needing assistance with daily tasks, companionship, someone to drive her to appointments and help with groceries. The agency had described her as a retired teacher, widowed, no children, a straightforward placement. But I'd never asked about her life before retirement, never pressed for details about her past. She'd been private, sharing stories about her garden and her books, but deflecting questions about her younger years with gentle changes of subject. The photograph on the mantel caught my attention when I'd glanced at hundreds of times without really seeing. She stood beside a man in what looked like a uniform, both of them young, serious expressions on their faces. Behind them, a building I didn't recognize, official-looking, with tall windows and stone columns. I lifted the frame, studying their faces more carefully. The man's uniform had insignia I couldn't identify, and something about his posture suggested authority, importance. Her hand rested on his arm, but there was tension in her fingers, as if she was holding on too tightly. On the back of the photograph, someone had written in faded ink, "Before we knew better." What had they known better about? The phone rang again. This time I answered on the first ring. "Hello." Silence, but not empty silence. Someone was there, breathing softly on the other end. "I know you're there," I said. "She told me you might answer," the same gravelly voice from before. "Where is she?" "I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me." A long pause. "She didn't tell you anything about why I was coming?" "No, nothing." "Then maybe she was protecting you too." "Protecting me from what?" But the line was already dead. I walked back to the chair, sinking into its familiar embrace. The velvet was warm now, heated by the strengthening sun. From this angle I could see the entire front approach to the house, just as she would have. The gravel driveway curved between ancient oaks, disappearing around a bend about 50 yards out. Anyone sitting here would have at least a minute's warning before visitors arrived. Had she been waiting for the caller, watching for his approach? The burnt toast smell was fading, replaced by something else. Something I couldn't quite identify, but that made my stomach clench with unease. It was familiar, but wrong somehow, like a childhood memory turned dark. I found myself thinking about the morning I'd arrived here 3 months ago. She'd been standing in this same room, but the chair had been positioned differently then, facing inward toward the fireplace. When had she started turning it toward the window? and why hadn't I noticed the change happening gradually? Because it hadn't been gradual. The chair had been moved recently, deliberately, for a specific purpose. The more I thought about it, the more details seemed off. The way she'd been asking casual questions about my background lately, questions that felt less like friendly interest and more like careful probing. Where I'd grown up, whether I had family who might worry if they didn't hear from me, if anyone knew exactly where I was staying. I'd thought she was just lonely, wanting to know more about the person sharing her home. But what if she'd been assessing something else entirely? The photograph drew my attention again. Before we knew better, the phrase echoed in my mind, taking on new weight. The man in the uniform looked familiar now, though I couldn't place where I might have seen him before. Something about the set of his shoulders, the way he held his head. My hands were shaking as I set the frame back on the mantel. The morning light caught the glass, creating a brief reflection that superimposed my face over theirs. For just a moment, I looked like I belonged in that old photograph, part of whatever story they were telling. The floorboard creaked upstairs again, that same rhythmic sound. But I was down here now, alone in the living room. The house was empty. Wasn't it? I climbed the stairs again, this time stepping deliberately on the third board. The creak was sharp, immediate, but the sound from above continued, fainter now, coming from the room at the end of the hall. The room she'd told me was just storage, nothing interesting, no need for me to bother with it. The door was locked. I'd tried it once, early in my stay, more out of curiosity than any real need to enter. She'd seen me trying the handle and gently explained that she kept old papers in there, tax documents and such, nothing that would interest me. But now I wondered what kind of papers required a locked door. The key wasn't hard to find. She was methodical about everything, and her keys hung on a small rack beside the kitchen door, each one labeled in her careful handwriting. The storage room key was there, marked simply upstairs. The lock turned easily, as if it had been used recently. The room wasn't full of dusty boxes and forgotten furniture as I'd expected. Instead, it was set up like an office. A desk by the window, filing cabinets against one wall, and a bulletin board covered with photographs, newspaper clippings, and what looked like a hand-drawn map. The photographs were all of the same man, the one from the mantel downstairs, but taken at different times in different places. Some looked recent, showing him older, grayer, but unmistakably the same person. In several shots, he appeared to be unaware he was being photographed, caught in candid moments entering buildings, walking down streets, sitting in restaurants. Someone had been watching him for a very long time. The newspaper clippings were harder to decipher. They seemed to be from different papers, different locations, but they all dealt with similar themes. Investigations into missing persons, cold cases being reopened, questions about evidence that had disappeared from police storage. The map showed the local area, but marked with dates and times, routes traced in different colored pens. A pattern of movement, carefully documented, leading inevitably to this house. My hands found a folder on the desk, thick with documents. Inside were copies of official reports, witness statements, photographs that made my stomach turn, pictures of crime scenes, of evidence, of people who would never go home again. And throughout it all, references to cases that had been mishandled, evidence that had gone missing, investigations that had been quietly closed despite obvious loose ends. The man in the photographs had been a detective, and according to these documents, he'd been a corrupt one. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was finding my own photograph in the folder. Not recent, this was from several months ago, before I'd ever heard of this job, this house, this woman who needed help. I was leaving a building I recognized as the employment agency, the place where I'd first learned about this position. Someone had been watching me before I'd ever applied for the job. The phone downstairs rang again, the sound echoing up through the floorboards. I let it ring, too stunned to move. Everything I'd believed about my situation, about why I was here, crumbled around me like old paper. I wasn't here to help an elderly woman with daily tasks. I was here for something else entirely. The ringing stopped, but almost immediately started again. Whoever was calling wasn't going to give up. I made my way downstairs on unsteady legs, the folder still clutched in my hands. The phone seemed louder now, more insistent, echoing off the walls of the house that no longer felt like a refuge. Hello. Did you find what she left for you? The gravelly voice was different now, less threatening, almost sad. What did she leave for me? The truth. She said you deserved to know the truth before the end. The end of what? Well, she didn't tell you she was sick. The words hit me like cold water. Sick. The doctors gave her 2 months. That was 6 weeks ago. I sank into the velvet chair, the same chair where she'd spent her last night watching for him to arrive. Where is she now? Gone. She left before dawn, said she had one more thing to take care of. Said to tell you that none of this was your fault, that you were just someone who needed a job, and she was someone who needed to make things right. Make what right? Check the bottom drawer of the desk upstairs. She left you a letter. The line went dead. I climbed the stairs one more time, my legs heavy, my mind struggling to process what I'd learned. The bottom drawer of the desk was locked, but the key was taped underneath, another sign of her methodical planning. The letter was thick, written in her careful handwriting on cream-colored paper. If you're reading this, then he came, just as I knew he would. I'm sorry for involving you, but I needed someone here, someone innocent, someone who could serve as a witness if things went wrong. The man in the photographs destroyed evidence in dozens of cases. People died because of his actions, families never found justice, killers walked free. I've spent 15 years documenting his crimes, building a case that no one could ignore or make disappear. But I'm old and I'm dying, and I needed to be sure the evidence would survive even if I didn't. You were never in danger. He's not violent, just corrupt, greedy. He took money to lose files, to misplace evidence, to ensure that certain cases never went to trial, but he never killed anyone himself. I was married to him once, long ago, before I knew what he was, before I knew better. The evidence is in the filing cabinet. Everything is documented, copied, verified. The key to the cabinet is in the cookie jar in the kitchen. I know it's a cliché, but old habits die hard. Give it all to the district attorney. Don't trust the local police. Some of them might be involved too. I'm sorry for the deception, but I couldn't risk him destroying the evidence before it could be revealed. With you here as a witness, he had to be careful. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. I'm not running away, I'm just going somewhere I can die in peace, knowing that the truth will finally come out. Thank you for these months. Having you here made my last days brighter than they had any right to be. I set the letter down with trembling hands. Outside, I could hear a car coming up the gravel driveway, tires crunching slowly over the stones. Through the window, I watched a sedan approach the house. The driver was alone, an older man with gray hair and tired eyes, the man from the photographs. He sat in the car for a long moment, staring at the house. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out what looked like a thick envelope. I understood then he'd come to make a deal, to offer money in exchange for the evidence. He'd done it before, bought his way out of trouble, counted on people's greed or fear to keep his secret safe. But she was already gone, and I was just someone who'd stumbled into the middle of a story that had been unfolding for 15 years. The man got out of his car and walked slowly toward the front door. His footsteps on the gravel seemed unnaturally loud in the morning quiet. I looked around the room one last time at the chair positioned to watch for his arrival, at the photograph on the mantel, at the phone that had carried his increasingly desperate calls. Everything was exactly as she'd planned it. But as I heard his footsteps on the front porch, as I prepared to open the door and face whatever came next, I realized there were still questions I couldn't answer. How had she known he would come? What had she promised him to ensure his arrival? And most unsettling of all, if she'd been planning this for months, carefully positioning all the pieces, how much of what I remembered about our time together had been real? The knock on the door was soft, almost polite. I stood there, evidence of his crimes just upstairs, his victim already vanished into whatever peace she could find, and wondered if I really understood anything at all about what had happened in this house. The knocking came again, more insistent now. And I still didn't know whether I was a witness, a pawn, or something else entirely in a game whose rules I was only beginning to comprehend. Story 10. The premises were confirmed clear of personnel at the designated time mark. Surveillance footage reviewed showed no unauthorized entries during the critical interval. Electrical supply was uninterrupted, ensuring all systems remained operational throughout the night. The equipment panel displayed the expected operational status, verified by the routine checklist. Inventory records indicated the exact quantity of items as previously logged. However, motion sensors reported activity in the western corridor, despite all entries being documented as secured and unbreached. I keep returning to that red light on the panel. It blinks with the same mechanical rhythm it always has, yet something in its persistence feels different now. Like a heartbeat that's slightly off tempo, just enough to notice if you're paying attention. And I've been paying attention for longer than I care to admit. The facility hums around me as I walk these corridors again, retracing steps I've taken countless times before. My footsteps echo differently here in the western wing, or perhaps I'm simply listening more carefully now. The motion sensors mounted in the corners track my movement with their subtle mechanical whirring, the same sound they've always made, the same sound they made that night when they detected something that shouldn't have been there. I remember the morning I first noticed the discrepancy, not the morning after the incident that came later, wrapped in official reports and systematic reviews. This was weeks before, when I was reviewing routine logs and found myself staring at a single line of data that didn't align with my memory. A timestamp that seemed wrong, though I couldn't articulate why. The kind of detail that burrows into your thoughts and refuses to leave. The security office feels smaller each time I return to it. Banks of monitors display empty hallways, their blue-gray glow casting shadows that shift with each camera's rotation. I've watched hours of this footage, searching for something I can't name. The cameras capture everything and nothing, movement without context, shadows without source, the endless repetition of spaces designed to remain empty. There's a particular sequence I've replayed dozens of times. The timestamp shows the critical interval, and the western corridor appears exactly as it should, vacant, properly lit, undisturbed. Yet the motion sensors registered activity. Not a malfunction, the technicians assured me. The equipment was functioning perfectly. Something had moved through that space, something the cameras couldn't see or chose not to record. I find myself questioning the reliability of my own observations. Memory, I've learned, is more fragile than we assume. Each time I recall that night, new details emerge while others fade. The sound of the ventilation system seems louder in retrospect. The emergency lighting casts shadows I don't remember noticing at the time. The temperature in the western corridor felt different, cooler, though the climate control logs show no variation. The inventory records remain my anchor to objective reality. Each item cataloged, each quantity verified, each location documented with methodical precision. Nothing missing, nothing displaced, nothing that shouldn't be there. Yet the motion sensors don't lie, and neither do the small signs I've learned to recognize: dust patterns disturbed in ways that suggest passage, air currents that feel subtly altered, the almost imperceptible sense that a space has been occupied. I've begun to map these anomalies, creating connections that may exist only in my increasingly obsessive attention to detail. The motion sensor activation corresponds to other incidents, brief power fluctuations, so minor they barely register, temperature variations within acceptable parameters, but unusual in their timing, security badges accessing areas where no personnel were scheduled to be present. The night security guard mentioned something weeks ago, a casual comment I dismissed at the time. He'd been making his rounds and felt certain he'd seen someone in the western corridor, just a glimpse at the edge of his vision. When he investigated, the area was empty, the motion sensors silent. I told him it was probably fatigue, the mind playing tricks during long shifts in empty buildings. Now I wonder if I was reassuring him or myself. The official report concluded that the motion sensor activation was likely caused by environmental factors: air pressure changes, settling of the building structure, minor seismic activity, too subtle for human perception, but sufficient to trigger sensitive equipment. Plausible explanations that satisfy administrative requirements while leaving the essential mystery untouched. I return to the western corridor at different times now, trying to understand what the sensors detected that night. The space feels ordinary in daylight: sterile walls, fluorescent fixtures, the familiar institutional architecture of purpose-built security. But in the evening, when the building settles into its nighttime rhythm, something changes. Not supernatural, nothing I can't rationalize, but a quality of attention that suggests presence. The surveillance footage from that night has become my obsession. I've analyzed every frame, enhanced every shadow, scrutinized every pixel for evidence of what the motion sensors registered. The cameras show nothing, yet I find myself drawn to certain moments: a slight shift in lighting that could be explained by cloud cover, a reflection that appears and disappears too quickly to track, the way the corridor seems to hold its breath in the seconds before the sensor activation. I've started staying late, positioning myself where I can observe the western corridor directly. The motion sensors remain silent during these vigils, as if whatever presence they detected has learned to avoid detection. Or perhaps it was never there at all, and I'm constructing elaborate explanations for equipment anomalies and the mind's tendency to find patterns in randomness. The facility's architect designed these spaces for maximum security, every angle calculated, every sight line planned. There are no blind spots in the camera coverage, no areas where someone could move undetected. Yet the motion sensors suggest otherwise, recording movement in spaces the cameras insist remained empty. The contradiction gnaws at me, challenging assumptions I thought were unshakable. I've reviewed personnel files, searching for someone with the access and expertise to evade our security systems. The list is surprisingly short: a handful of technicians, former employees who might retain detailed knowledge of our procedures, contractors who worked on the installation. Each investigation leads nowhere, alibis verified, motives absent, capabilities insufficient for the kind of sophisticated infiltration the evidence suggests. The red light continues its rhythmic blinking, marking time in a facility where time seems suspended. I've grown accustomed to its presence, the way it illuminates my face in the darkened security office, the soft click of its relay switching on and off. It's become a metronome for my obsession, measuring the hours I spend reviewing footage, analyzing data, searching for explanations that remain frustratingly elusive. Sometimes I wonder if the presence the motion sensors detected was my own future self, returning to this corridor night after night, creating the very disturbance I'm investigating. A temporal loop of observation and paranoia where the act of searching becomes the thing being sought. The thought should be absurd, yet it feels more plausible than the alternatives I've considered. The building's night sounds have become familiar companions: the whisper of air through ventilation ducts, the distant hum of electrical systems, the subtle creaks of steel and concrete adjusting to temperature changes. I've learned to distinguish between normal settling and something else, though I can't articulate what that something else might be. A quality of intentionality in the randomness, purpose in the patterns. The motion sensor in the western corridor activated again last night. I was here watching the monitors when the alert appeared on my screen. The timestamp logged, the location recorded, the cameras showing nothing but empty hallway. I walked to the corridor immediately, my footsteps echoing in the silence, but found only the familiar space I've examined countless times before. Yet something felt different. The air seemed to hold an impression of recent disturbance, like the wake of a boat on still water. I'm beginning to understand that the truth I'm seeking may not exist in the conventional sense. The motion sensors detect something, the cameras record nothing, the evidence points in contradictory directions. Perhaps the mystery isn't what happened that night, but why I need so desperately to solve it. What compulsion drives me to return to this corridor, to replay the same footage, to search for answers to questions I can't properly formulate. The red light blinks steadily, indifferent to my uncertainty. In its mechanical persistence, I find a strange comfort, proof that some things continue unchanged while others shift in ways too subtle to measure. The facility hums around me, its systems operational, its security intact, its secrets preserved in the gap between what the sensors detect and what the cameras reveal. I keep returning to that red light on the panel. It blinks with the same mechanical rhythm it always has, yet something in its persistence feels different now. Like a heartbeat that's slightly off tempo, just enough to notice if you're paying attention. And I've been paying attention, perhaps too long, perhaps not long enough. The motion sensors report activity in the western corridor, and I remain here, watching, waiting, wondering if the presence they detect is something approaching or something that never truly left.